Old Trafford, the Wembley of the North, stages the end-of-season jamboree. For the first time ever, a triple header live on Sky Sports as the youngsters of the Rugby League Academy take centre stage. Can Wigan lift the Grand Slam? That's top of the agenda as Premiership Finals Day rings down the curtain on another exciting season. Very good morning, everyone. Hope you're ready for this 7-hour marathon live on Sky. The last time this season we'll be with you for the big league, but what a way to bring the 92-93 campaign to an end. Between now and 6 o'clock, no fewer than 3 trophies will be won and lost. And the big question, of course, is can Wigan send John Money home with a full set of winners' medals? The Wigan Saints showdown is a long way down the track, though. In fact, let's plan your day's viewing for you now. At 11:45, it's the Academy final. That's Hull against Warrington. To be followed at 1:30 by the divisional final as second division champions Featherstone Rovers take on Workington Town. They are the first and last third division side to reach this Old Trafford finale. And then at 3:30, the big one as Wigan face Saints for the 6th time this season. It's honours even so far, so today, winner really will take all. Well, that's the way the day looks, but let's now take you below stairs of this truly magnificent Old Trafford Stadium. Steve-O will be joining me up here in the studio shortly. But just now, he's sampling the atmosphere in the dressing room area, and he's going to take us on a tour of the places that the supporters rarely see.
Thanks, Eddie. Well, you know, it's taken 26 years for Manchester United to come out of this dressing room as champions. Well, champions of another kind will be here today. Wigan, being the premiers in '92, they will take the home dressing room in a room that is filled with nostalgia, professionalism. Some of the world's greatest soccer players have undressed here. Bobby Charlton, Dennis Law, and of course, the great Georgie Best. And joining us, talking of greats, Andy Gregory, thanks for joining us today. Andy, you've been here, you've done that. What's the feeling of the players when they move out of this dressing room?
Obviously, the nerves will be playing a big part. All week, the coaches have been on the training field. All the moves that they want to get them drilled into the players. Let's get it done today. It's the last game of the season. Obviously, Wigan will want to go out on a high. And Saints, you know, they've not won anything this year. They beat us last week in the semi-final. They'll be going out to end the Wigan domination.
Now, a lot of nerves play great parts. As you walk through this corridor towards the tunnel, St Helens just on the right-hand side. How do you think they'll be feeling about the just before the kick-off?
They'll be nervous. It's a big game. There's 40,000 people out there. As you're in the changing room, as you're in the tunnel, you can't really hear the atmosphere, the noise, but you know the people are out there. Wigan's been in so many finals in the last couple of years. They know all about it. But it's going to be a tough one today.
Even though Wigan are a depleted side, St Helens, I suppose, would come into this game perhaps the favourites.
Yeah, obviously, Wigan, the great players, you know, the likes of Dean Bells, Andy Platts, they're going to be missing today, and I think we're going to miss them. But also, St Helens, you know, they've always been the bridesmaids, and are they going to do it today? It's Wigan's got the players, the young Andrew Farrell, Mick Cassidy, Sam Panapa playing in the pack. It's going to be a big job for them. So it's just on the day, if the players get stuck in, which obviously both sides are, it's a local derby, you never know what might happen.
Now then, this tunnel, it's obviously going to bring a lot of nerves to them. You've walked out here. What's the feeling? What goes through your mind as you walk out onto the pitch there?
Well, this is the first time, actually. There's a little glint of daylight at the bottom, and this is when you can hear the crowd. It's a tremendous feeling, but it's also one which is like nerve-wracking. You know, once you're in the tunnel, all you want to do is get out there, get all the shaking hands out the way and get on with the game.
Well, in a few hours' time, of course, this stadium will be filled to capacity. And, of course, one of the big questions that they have to be asking is, can Wigan gain the Grand Slam?
Yes, well, that is the big question. Indeed, every one of the players involved in this Old Trafford showpiece today is bound for glory. So we've seen what's happening inside the ground. I wonder what the atmosphere's like on the roads leading to Old Trafford. Let's go outside, join the supporters on the way here, and with them is Bill Arthur.
Well, this is the scene outside Old Trafford. It's milling with supporters who come from all over the north of England to watch this feast of rugby league here at Old Trafford. A great atmosphere building up as fans from Cumbria and Cheshire, from Lancashire, Yorkshire, from Humberside and from Merseyside mingle and swap jokes and jibes before their teams get down to business. Now, traditionally on Premiership final day, the weather tends to be warm and very dry and sunny, but it's not going to be like that today. In fact, conditions are going to be quite chilly indeed. We're going to have clouds around with some sunny spells occasionally, a wind from the southerly direction, 10 to 15 or 20 miles an hour in speed, and we're probably going to get some rain along the way as well. So it's not exactly going to be warm, but it's probably going to be ideal conditions for rugby league. There are still some tickets on sale here, around 3,000 left from the ticket office, but they're going quickly. If you can't get down here to Old Trafford, then stick with us on Sky Sports.
Yes, and don't forget, kick-off in the first match is 11:45 as Hull meet Warrington in the Academy Cup final. You know, in many ways, Old Trafford is beginning to rival Wembley as the game's major occasion. One thing's for sure, they'll be locking the gates on a full house come 3:30. And Premiership Finals Day attracts fans from all over the country and plenty of personalities too. During the course of the day, several of them will be joining us here on Sky. We've already seen Andy Gregory. And it's time to introduce another of them now. Those of us old enough to remember Zed Cars will know him as a member of the original cast from the days of black and white television. More recently, he's become famous as the Oscar-winning writer of Chariots of Fire. He is, of course, Colin Welland. And Colin, as ever, it's a pleasure to see you here.
Great to be here. I love being here on these big rugby league occasions.
Well, this is the thing. You're a bit of a missionary down south, but you do spread the gospel, don't you, down there? You're a newspaper columnist for a start on the game.
Yeah, well, when I got down there about 30 years ago, I was so appalled at their ignorance about rugby league. Although I'd played rugby union all my life, that I decided to be evangelical about rugby league. And I've been like that ever since. And whenever I go to Twickenham, they say, what the hell are you doing here? You're rugby league. You know, the fact that I played the other game all my life seemed to count.
Doesn't matter at all, does it?
No.
And you were telling me before we came on the air that there are some lads in the rugby union club that you have a strong affinity to.
Yeah. This weekend has been a rugby weekend for me. I went on Friday to the Welsh Rugby League Association dinner at Widnes and saw some of the great old Welsh players. Then I went to Newton Rugby Club yesterday. They'll all be watching today. Half of them are Saints, half of them are Wigan with a few Warringtonians. So enjoy the game, lads. Have a pint on me. And, of course, today I'm here. So I've had a marvellous rugby weekend so far.
Well, we're delighted to see you here, and we'll be talking to Colin as the morning and the afternoon progresses. It is Premiership Finals Day, coming to you live from Old Trafford. Between now and 6 o'clock, all the excitement of this marvellous occasion, live and exclusive here on Sky Sports. There are 6 teams today bidding for the glory. This is the final day of the 92-93 season, and what a season it has been, with action good enough to completely take your breath away. And here come Wigan. Their moment of destiny arrives after the past 9 months. Yeah, so we're well on the way here at Old Trafford now. Colin Welland, as you've seen, is with us. So too Andy Gregory. We have some more famous rugby league folk planning to join us too. That's just a taster of what promises to be a wonderful day here on Sky. Coming up after the break, we look back to the glittering Man of Steel night held here in Manchester on Friday, and we'll continue the build-up to the matches to come.
Tonight on Sky Sports, a golfing double. We start at 6:30 with the final round of the Spanish Open, and that's followed at 9 by live and exclusive coverage of the Byron Nelson Classic, the latest round of the US PGA Tour.
I've enjoyed the odd nut round noon in Rangoon. I have nuts with this bird for tea on April the 3rd. But now, at last, there's this great nutty taste for breakfast.
Kellogg's Nut Feast, a delicious combination of crisp wheat flakes, crunchy nuggets of peanuts, hazelnuts and almonds.
To be brief, it is a nutty taste beyond belief.
Good grief. Kellogg's Nut Feast for people who are crackers about nuts.
So the delicate flavor of sun-ripened cherries won't escape you. And the taste of ripe, juicy peach and exotic maracuya isn't lost. We add generous lumps of real succulent fruit to the rich, thick yogurt in a Muller Light. And all we subtract is simply the fat. Muller Light from Muller. Less than 100 calories, made to taste like more than 1,000.
Imagine a world full of fresh ideas, with ice on command. A silent world that always sparkles. Instant heat. And ovens with the power to microwave. Imagine the world of Whirlpool. Whirlpool brings quality to life.
just when I need someone to love me, just when I think the world's too cold.
Sheba. Delicious pieces of meat, carefully selected and prepared in the way your cat will love.
There you are in my heart, standing by me once again.
Sheba. Recipes prepared with love.
You had to eventually go get yourself a white girl, didn't you?
Wesley Snipes and Spike Lee in a film by Spike Lee. Jungle Fever premieres Saturday night at 10 on the Movie Channel.
And Old Trafford is awaiting a glorious day of rugby league. Top of the bill, it's Saints and Wigan. Before that, Featherstone against Workington. Coming up shortly, the youngsters of Warrington and Hull. But let's now take you back 48 hours to the Man of Steel Awards night, held here in Manchester on Friday. It was the 17th ceremony, held in front of a specially invited, dinner-jacketed audience, and the game's highest personal accolade went to a wonderful servant of the game.
It was a familiar story at the Man of Steel Awards, with Wigan dominating the proceedings. The Young Player of the Year award went to Jason Robinson, who's collected 4 winners' medals in his debut season in the big league. Runners-up in that category were St Helens forward Chris Joint, who's made rapid strides this season, and Wakefield's 18-year-old talented winger Nigel Wright, man of the match in the Yorkshire Cup final. Even the referees' award went Wiganwards to John Connolly, who lives in the town and who takes charge of this afternoon's divisional Premiership final. It was a glitzy ceremony at the Crown Plaza Hotel. John Moniz, a regular visitor, and he was back again to collect the Coach of the Year award, the 4th successive season he's taken that honour, this time ahead of Peter Fox and Mike McLennan. In the Player of the Year category, the 3rd Division award went to Keighley loose forward Martin Wood, who scored 27 tries this season for the champions, while the 2nd Division player went to Featherstone's try machine Paul Newlove, 50 tries this season.
And the winner is Tia Rapati.
Tia Rapati, the New Zealand international, the first Kiwi to win this award.
And Tia Rapati, a popular choice among his fellow players for the Division 1 Player of the Year award. There was a new Man of Steel trophy still to be presented, and it went to a player who's been a cornerstone of British club and international rugby league.
He is the epitome of strength of play and character. A true stones-bitter Man of Steel, Andy Platt of Wigan. Andy Platt making his way through a standing ovation here in Manchester to receive this brand new perpetual stones-bitter Man of Steel trophy. And you know, I think he is perhaps the most surprised member of the audience. Andy Platt.
The season we've had, obviously I thought, and rightly so, I thought John had won it because if I'm honest and true to my heart, I think if I was to vote for a Man of Steel, I would have picked John Morley.
Andy Platt, a Man of Steel with a heart of gold.
Yeah, it was a great night in Manchester on Friday. We all enjoyed it, and I hope that you did too. We brought it to you for the first time live on British television. Well, the lads have made their way up here to join us. Steve-O and Andy Gregory have now joined Colin Welland up here in the studio. Steve-O, to you first of all, about Friday. Andy Platt, fitting?
I don't think anybody could complain about it. I know a lot of people was surprised, but he's been a real servant to our game of rugby league. He's a cornerstone of the Wigan pack, A shame that he's not on view today, but I don't think anybody could argue about it. What a great night, though. Tremendous.
You enjoyed it, I think, didn't you?
Always, yes, I certainly did.
Just a touch.
Somewhere down the line.
Andy Gregory, great to see you up here. Thanks for coming up and joining us. I mean, bittersweet for you in many ways today, isn't it, with Wigan being here?
Yeah, that's true. It's been a longer season up at Leeds. Last weekend, we wanted to finish the season off in style. You know, great occasion here, 40,000 people at Old Trafford. But Saints on the day just pipped us. Obviously, you know, watching Wigan win the 4 trophies, and who knows, they might make it 5. It's not been a great season for me, but I made a decision and I'd stick by it.
Well, you've said that all season, but you will be delighted to be here, won't you? Because you're a big Red, you're a big United fan.
Yeah, that's true. I've been quite a few of the games this season, and it was a tremendous atmosphere when United beat Blackburn to clinch the title. But hopefully today the weather holds off and we should see 3 cracking games of rugby league, I hope.
I noticed earlier on you were tipping Saints. Where are your allegiances today?
Obviously, I'm a Wigan lad and I'd like to see Wigan win, but I think with all the injuries, you know, they're going to miss Dean Bell. He's been tremendous all season. And, you know, the man of steel, Andy Platt, you know, he's not playing either. So, Saints, we played them last week and a few decisions didn't go our way. If they would have done, who knows, we might have been 8-3 today. But Saints play with confidence. It's a local derby, Wigan and Saints. And there's not going to be much in it. But with the injuries, I might just go for Saints.
Colin, you're sitting there very quiet, listening to all the words of wisdom from your right-hand side.
Well, the trouble is, both these fellas played the bloody game, and I didn't, you see. I've only been a watcher all my life.
Well, you can tell that just by looking at the 3 faces. You're the
He's got a bigger neck than me, though.
But now it shows you how old Colin is. Actually, go on, say your father lifted me up. No.
But I don't believe there's such a thing as a depleted Wigan team. You know, they seem to snatch them out of nowhere, don't they? I mean, this lad... Farrell, is it?
Andrew Farrell, yeah.
What a player.
Tremendous, yeah.
17. I mean, it's the sort of player we've hoped would emerge, you know, for the international team to take on the Aussies, hasn't it?
Well, that's the quality, I feel, that the way that the academy has brought these players to it. I really feel it's been a tremendous thing, and I'm glad that the final of the Academy Cup final is here today. What
There's been a lot of argument about this academy, but I think it's a great idea. I mean, you can't... All due respect to amateur rugby league, but you can't leave the future of the game in the hands of amateurs, really. You've got to let the professional setup get at the young kids. And to expose these kids of 16 and 17 to the professional setup like Wigan is bound to be beneficial.
But they always seem to bring these players through. I mean, they're a very good club, but can they do it without 6 internationals?
I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can. I would back Wigan if they had 14... 15 reserves on. Well, they've got tremendous strength in depth.
Yeah. I mean, they want to do it for John Mooney.
Well, they do. Andy, do you think that will motivate the lads, the fact that it's John Mooney's last, he's got 4, he wants the 5th for the Grand Slam?
I think John Mooney will motivate the lads, then the lads motivated John. He's got the respect of everybody in the game. And I was surprised the other night, actually, you know, the man of steel. Andy Platt's been a great servant, not just to Wigan, but to Great Britain. But I think he's certainly made... I don't know about this year, but you know, the 4 years he's been over, I don't know anybody who's made a bigger impact than John Mooney on the British game.
Because you've played under the 2, Graham Lowe and John. Which would be the best, because they're both great coaches in their own
Yeah,
right.
you know, and it's hard to compare them both, but you know, you've got to look at, you know, the record of John Mooney. You know, he's the League and Cup double in all 4 seasons. You know, going today for the Grand Slam, who thought it was possible? John's made it possible. He's got great players, and like Colin says, you know, it's great to see the academy final here. And last year, Andy Goodway's Wigan Academy, when he was the coach of them, in that side was Jason Robinson and Andrew Farrell, both of them playing in the big final today.
The trouble is, Steve O'E, you know, that we're, I think, in a little bit of danger of ignoring the fact that they're playing St Helens in the final. We're saying, you know, Wigan will do it with 14, 15 reserves. Saints are going to have a big say in this, aren't they?
Of course they are. I said it on Boots and all, that on paper, the way things are going, St Helens should win. But St Helens are sometimes their own worst enemy. They do some brilliant stuff, and then 5 minutes later make a silly mistake or give a silly penalty away and allow a team to get back into the game. You can't afford to do that with Wigan. If you're going to get them on the rack, like hammer them down with nails, tacks, anything you can grab hold of, just keep them down. And I'm afraid that St Helens at times just don't have that professional edge to just give that knife in when it's needed.
When they did, they slaughtered Wigan.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have that tape. I show it to all the rugby union that's down south as a perfect example of rugby league. When they beat them on Boxing Day. And they never dropped the ball. They dropped the ball twice in the second half, St Helens. There wasn't a scrum with a Wigan feed in the first half. Wigan never saw the ball.
Well, it was raining that day.
If St Helens can do that today, I mean...
Well, I hope so. I think we're in for a cracking game.
Should be a belter, should really be. As I was going to say, it was actually going to be raining on that Boxing Day when Saints beat Wigan. Today there are a few grey clouds over there, but Old Trafford looking absolutely magnificent. Coming next then, we turn the spotlight firmly on the Academy final. The youngsters, of course, Hull and Warrington, they take centre stage. The teenagers then get the big league treatment after these.
We've seen the power of Norway. The skill of the Dutch is awe-inspiring.
Oh, I say!
But there's another World Cup power waiting to strike. Poland, undefeated in England's qualifying group, meets San Marino. How good are the dark horses of Group 2? Find out Wednesday evening at 7 on Sky Sports.
3 minutes.
Chocolate before the performance?
No, Maltesers.
They're lighter than ordinary chocolates.
Are you sure?
Maltesers are made of millions of crisp, tiny bubbles, captured in delicious chocolate, so they don't fill you up.
The theatre's full.
A damn nut.
Maltesers, the lighter way to enjoy chocolate.
Find a mint like this in a pack of polos and you've won £1,000. So, whatever you do, don't...
Yummy.
Polo, the mint, worth a mint.
Now for the good of your dog, improved recipe Pedigree Chum. Specially balanced to be completely in tune with your dog's system, it's more digestible, more enjoyable than ever. Top breeders agree.
I recommend the improved recipe Pedigree Chum for all dogs, even for dogs that found it too rich.
He's put on body and coat and condition, and he's a happier dog.
For fitness you can see in a dog. Improved recipe Pedigree Chum.
I want to be able to feed my family.
I want to be able to drink clean water.
I want to be at school.
I want to be home soon.
I want to be able to read.
I want to be here to see my children grow up.
I want to be alive.
All we want is your help in Christian Aid Week.
How do you make delicious, creamy ice cream even more irresistible? By wrapping it in a sumptuous coat of Galaxy chocolate. An experience in silky smooth chocolate and ice cream. Now, Galaxy chocolate makes ice cream supreme.
Imagine a world full of fresh ideas, with ice on command. A silent world that always sparkles. Instant heat. And ovens with the power to microwave. Imagine the world of Whirlpool. Whirlpool brings quality to life.
Well, we've got some good news for you if you're a St Helens supporter on the way here to Old Trafford today. It has just started to rain. Remember what happened in the rain over Christmas? 41 points to 6 it was. But people are turning up here to Old Trafford despite the fact that the umbrellas are up. And they're now looking ahead to the Academy, which kicks off at 11:45. The gates have opened. They're beginning to filter their way in here to see the youngsters of Hull and Warrington. And when you mention the Academy, we think, of course, of Graham Beecroft, who is our Academy commentator, and John Keir, the Rugby League's Academy executive, who have joined us up here now. Gentlemen, welcome. John, big day for the youngsters this. They're getting the big league treatment. They're on centre stage.
It certainly is. It's a super day for them in every way. Hull have really taken it very, very seriously, and that they've taken their kids away overnight. They've monitored the diets and they've really trained them so that they can peak for today. And I know Warrington as well, they're very, very confident. So I'm expecting a top-class game with plenty of points as well on this super playing surface out there.
Well, they get first crack at the surface, don't they, Graham? And you know Old Trafford as well as anybody. It looks perfect today.
It couldn't be better when you consider that there's been 42 Football League games on it, well, 21 Football League games, and the reserves have been playing here as well. It's in absolutely perfect condition, it really is, and it's a superb playing surface. Two very good sides. They finished second and third, respectively, in the league. Warrington second, Hull third. It's going to be close whichever way you look at it.
But plenty of points, we hope. Let's keep our fingers crossed. So if it is a big day for the top pros, the same must be said then for the players involved in the Academy. For them, it's been a long, hard season too, and for the first time, their skills have been paraded in front of the nation, courtesy of the coverage here on Sky Sports. This week, Graham Beecroft has been taking a look at the preparations for today's final between the lads of Hull and Warrington.
It may not be an idyllic scene and the conditions are far from perfect, but teeming rain or not, the training schedule has to be adhered to for the Warrington Academy. Chris Middlehurst is the Warrington coach. In some ways, he's the poacher turned gamekeeper. He was involved in the players' strike at Runcorn a few years ago when the argument was about the cash the players would get from a bumper cup gate against Wigan.
Now let's concentrate and do it properly. Let's go.
Now he's instilling discipline into the youngsters who Warrington believe are the club's future. Those youngsters have seen quite a few changes in the town over the last few years. In 1986, Warrington was given new town status. It meant central government funding to remove dereliction and create new employment and housing. It makes Warrington a town of contrasts. New detached housing on the outskirts compared with the old terraces near the centre. The population has increased by 15,000 in 10 years, and there's been an extra 17% employment through the 80s, 4 times the national average. The Rugby League club has gone for a similar formula in the expectation that there'll be a regeneration of the team's fortunes.
The club had a well-established and well-known youth policy, but I think this was an opportunity to bring those boys into the professional setting at a much earlier age and to get them under the auspices of the professional coaches.
One of only 2 ever present in the team is fullback Dave Hartill.
There's not as many individual players. They're all good players, but they use teamwork a lot better than they did last season. And whereas last year we were basically just a pack side, now we can use the ball as well and use the quick wingers that we've got in the side.
Chris Middlehurst hopes his side doesn't freeze on the day and reckons Warrington's 2 wins over Hull this season count for little.
There's only been 3 points between us in the 3 games. We won one by 1 point, another by 2, and drew 1. So it could go either way, really. It's going to be a good game, I hope.
But whatever the outcome today, Warrington Rugby League Club is convinced that from their academy they can dispel the immediate past and, like the town itself, look forward to a bright future. The Gordon Street School in Hull became unsatisfactory for its purpose some time ago. So the infants moved out and the big boys moved in. Being good at anything is as much a case of mixing theory with practice. The theory is taught by Hull Academy coach Phil Windley. The pupils are the lads who are hoping to go 1 better than last year and make up for defeat by Wigan, by winning against Warrington. Phil Windley's only been coaching the academy at Hull for a short time, but he's found it a rewarding experience.
The 6 months that I've been in charge of them, I've been really pleased.
I think Hull Football Club have got some of the best talent in the game at the moment. There's some people down here with a first-class attitude. We've signed 11 players on this season, and there's possibly another 1 or 2 that may get signed on. So we're very happy at the moment.
Rob Danby is one of those players who's signed professional forms. He's already made 1 first-team appearance.
We're quite confident, actually. We didn't play too well when we played them at home, but we gave 2 good performances away at Wilderspool, so if we can do that again at Old Trafford, we'll be well pleased.
So the last training session's over, the last in-depth tactical talk is over. The Hull Academy may be happy that school's out, but their stiffest examination of the season is about to begin.
Great stuff, Graham Beecroft at the 2 academy teams. It's Hull and Warrington, of course, and Steve-O. You, I know, have watched all the matches with Graham. You've been impressed, haven't you, with the standard you've seen?
Tremendous. I think the one thing that's come across to me is the fact that they've got a professional attitude to it. It's not a case of just 3 or 4 players being individual brilliant. It's just the fact that they're getting the teamwork, they're moving up in defence. It's excellent to see, and it really does augur well for the future.
Colin Whelan touched on the politics of it all. It's caused almighty problems with BARLA, the British Amateur Rugby League Association. But he's right, isn't he? You can't let the future of the game be run by anything other than the Rugby Football League.
Well, yeah, they've made giant strides, and as yet they haven't shaken hands and said, well, let's get on with it. And I think that perhaps a bit of this hot sun during the summer may just get through some of the brain cells and perhaps get it all sorted out so that we can start 93-94 season with a real bang, because I'm telling you, some of these kids that you're going to see in this game are tremendous, and it won't be long before they'll be following the likes of Andy Farrell and Jason Robinson in the first grade.
Be fantastic, won't it, Graham, if that is the case, that these lads go forward and play in the first teams. As you hinted in the piece there, there's 1 or 2 of them who've already tasted the big league.
Very much so, and they show remarkable maturity. That's the thing about them. I mean, all these lads, just to let everybody know, remind everybody, are under 19 on the 1st of January. Some are as young as 16, yet they really do show remarkable maturity. They're well coached, they're well drilled. It's marvellous to watch.
John, we talk about the way the pros will approach this day. You've said that, you know, the youngsters of Hull have been taken away for the night, diets have been monitored. They must be looking forward to it themselves. It's wonderful for them.
They certainly are. I've been in the dressing rooms with both teams prior to the game today, and they are very, very wound up, but they all know their individual roles. There's no doubt about it. They've prepared superbly, and I think we're in for a super day and a super game to kick off with.
Let's hope so. We're all looking forward to it. The scene then is just about set. Coming up, we have that Academy Cup final as the talking up here temporarily stops, and we take in the first action on this Premiership Finals Day. Hull meet Warrington in the first ever Academy final on British television after these.
Watch carefully. You're about to see something that won't happen very often. Incredible, wasn't it? A new Rover 600. Cars built this well are few and far between.
The world revolves at 1,000 miles per hour. It's enough to make you dizzy. Talk amongst yourselves. I may be sometime.
Minutes.
Chocolate before the performance?
No, Maltesers.
They're lighter than ordinary chocolates. Are you sure? Maltesers are made of millions of crisp tiny bubbles captured in delicious chocolate, so they don't fill you up.
The theatre's full.
But I am not.
Maltesers, the lighter way to enjoy chocolate.
Because you love him, give him Caesar. Choice cuts of fine meats, carefully prepared, with all the vitamins and minerals he needs. Caesar. To love him like he loves you.
They've tight security. A cool crew.
What's your temperature reading? 98.6, sir.
A helpful hostess.
Oh, sir, you should really put that case in the compartment above your head.
I'll keep it with me.
Well, I can help you if you can't get it up.
Sound assistance.
Get me a complete file on everyone who's seen The Sound of Music more than 4 times.
There's more, but I'm sure you'd all be bored by it.
Classic cosmic comedy with Airplane 2, the sequel, tonight at 8, Sky Movies Gold.
Welcome back to Old Trafford, and now we're ready for the first final. It's Warrington against Hull in the Academy Cup. Your commentary team, John Keir, Rugby League's Academy Coaching Executive, who's alongside the usual pair, Steve-O and Graham Beecroft.
So, Wigan are the Rugby League Academy League champions. Who's going to be the Academy Challenge Cup winners? Hull beat Warrington in last year's Challenge Cup semi-final. Can the Wires get revenge? Or will it be Hull to go one better, so to speak, and lift the Academy Challenge Cup after losing last year's final? There's the Hull side. Sam Wilberforce is the fullback. Shane Foster, Craig Adams, Kevin Gray, John Aston and Rob Danby. Then it's Mark Hewitt. And the forwards, Lee Fraser, Gary Duke, Matt Murray, Gareth Cochran, Lee Markham and Jess Cassidy.
And 13, Iestyn Harris.
The Warrington side, Dave Harthill. Then the three-quarters, Justin Leach, Jonathan Roper, Jimmy Cowan and Chris Eckersley. The half-backs, Mike Wainwright and John Huff. The forwards, Craig Kerr, Colin Hodkinson, Paul Foster, Barry Moxham, Stephen Heaton and Iestyn Harris.
3, Craig Adams. 4, Kevin Gray. 5.
And the substitutes, there they are, Mark Danville, Scott Jackson, Matt Hodgson and Paul Asquith for Hull. And for Warrington, Tony Cottam, Craig Appleby, Andy Charlton and Paul Milligan.
10, Matt Murray.
And there is Mark Hewitt, the captain of the Hull side. He's the playmaker. A lot will revolve around exactly how he plays for them.
And the Hull substitutes at 14, Mark Danville.
And there, the number 10 for Warrington, Paul Foster, who has had something of a shoulder injury this season, but he's showing his very best form now, and he's in superb tackling form. There's the referee, Andy Stelfox, who comes from Blackpool. His touch judges, Ian Devaney from Widnes and Nigel Dickinson from Huddersfield. So, although Old Trafford still filling up, still a big crowd for these youngsters. Under 19, don't forget, on the 1st of January this year. So Warrington getting possession early on. Wainwright, the man with the ball. Leach is the dummy half. Already Hull up very quickly indeed with the tackling, trying to start well. Good tackling once more from Hull.
Nerves obviously going to take a big part in this opening 10 minutes.
Huff tackled. That's Hodkinson. That's Foster. Fraser helping to do the tackling for Hull. 5th tackle. Wainwright with the kick. Deep into Hull territory, but it sits up nicely for the fullback Wilberforce, but Warrington up very quickly early on.
Nice kick and chase there by the Warrington side. Even though they overcame Bradford in that semi-final, I'm sure that their coach Chris Middlehurst will have worked on them. They never really got the back line going. They were forced into a game down the middle, trying to use the forwards, and quite frankly, I thought they looked a little bit uncomfortable using that game. And a lot better getting this ball out wide. Whereas on the Hull side, everything seems to revolve around Mark Hewitt, their captain, number 7. But they do have a very strong pack of forwards. Very tough, hard, and sometimes fiery.
Hartill then with the ball for Warrington, and again, as with Warrington just before, Hull up very quickly to pin the Warrington side back. This is Eckersley with the ball for Warrington. Tackled by Murray. This is Craig Kerr, a former season ticket holder here at Old Trafford. His father still a Manchester United supporter and season ticket holder. Yistin Harris.
Well, for various reasons, a big day for these youngsters. A tremendous. Oh, great break there.
Wainwright it was. 5th tackle. Heaton the dummy half. Huff with the kick deep downfield. A little bit of hesitation there in the Hull defence, and Warrington are up there quickly.
Just a little bit of problem there for the winger Shane Foster, allowing that ball to bounce. Really would have been better placed. He would have got himself underneath it, but got away with it. But this will be a head and feet to Warrington. Pressure on the Hull side already. No, he's giving it the other way.
Hull then with possession. That's Danby tackled. Played against Sheffield Eagles for the first team, Rob Danby. Duke, the dummy half. That's Wilberforce, the player in possession.
They can see the Hull side quite content to use their big forwards. They do a lot of work in and around that play the ball area.
Gary Duke tackled. 5th tackle. There's Hewitt again with the kick downfield. Just had enough time to look up and aim for the gap between the 2 men furthest back. Hartill takes it for Warrington.
That was a sensible kick there by Mark Hewitt. Didn't want to find touch, just to push it into the corner, make sure the chasers had plenty of time.
Heaton, only 16, good run by Heaton for Warrington. Bar of soap, but he just manages to hold on. That was Huff. That was Hodkinson. Harris flipping the ball out, but just managing to recover Warrington, and a good break by Huff. Can't find the support. Great tackling there by the Hull number 7, Mark Hewitt. Wainwright. This is Moxham.
That's going to be a great contest between the 2 halves, Mark Hewitt and John Hoff. They really are live wires, get involved in the game all the time.
Wainwright with the deep kick. This time more positive from the Hull defence. Wilberforce underneath it.
Well, it was a high kick, but you could see there that there was no real chasers by Warrington, allowing the fullback Wilberforce all the time in the world. They have to put a little bit more pressure on them. Oh, that's a mistake.
And Warrington pick it up. Heaton it is, still going. It's Wainwright. 5 minutes gone. This is Craig Kerr. They're about 4 metres from the line. Hodkinson going for it. Is he there? Yes, he is. And they're in for the try. Just a little bit of argy-bargy near the post, but it's a try for Warrington after 5.5 minutes play, and the scorer, Colin Hodkinson.
Good play by the hooker, Spins from dummy half, throws a little dummy, runs low and twists around. That's well done. Just the fingertips, that's the way to do it. Look how it shows the dummy there. They try to go high, hold him back, but that is a fair try. Good positioning by Andy Stelfox. Excellent play. And I say, John Keir, that's just the start that Warrington were looking for.
Yes, Mike, I've been impressed with both teams' start because there hasn't been many errors. There's just that one by Hull, and Warrington seized upon it in the next 6 tackles. And Colin really did very, very well, squirming his way over from dummy half. He's obviously one to watch for the future, and he's justified any selection, whether it be whatever, with that sort of try.
There's Justin Harris then with the kick, fairly simple one, and he makes it. So it's Hull 0, Warrington 6 points. We've had 6.5 minutes play.
Yeah, it's a tremendous start. That came about from that bad mistake. It's all about trying to apply that pressure. That's why the kicking game is so important. Even though we were quite critical of the fact that they didn't apply too much pressure on the fullback Sam Wilberforce. Just 2 play the balls later, the ball is spilt, possessions handed over, and the result is that Warrington take a 6-0 lead.
So Mark Hewitt, the captain for Hull, to restart the game. Wainwright underneath it for Warrington. Best possible start for them. Great tackle though from the Hull side. There's Foster. Lee Fraser doing the tackling for Hull. Here's Hodkinson again. Those good little runs from the dummy half position which just make the opposition think twice before they come forward. Harris.
That was a bit high. That really was high by the loose forward Cassidy. Just stepping inside, you can see that the left arm swinging above the shoulders. We can do without that. The game's pretty tough. Justin Harris is the man that got on the receiving end of that. A caution being given to him by the referee Stelfox, and rightly so.
So it's play on from the kick. Ball didn't go into touch. John Aston with the ball. John Aston, the left winger for Hull, playing here at Old Trafford. Of course, John Aston, a former left winger for Manchester United.
Well, this is a shame really for Hull. Warrington failed to find touch with a penalty, and then the winger just was forced out. Disappointing there. They need to get back into this game pretty quickly, and that's the mistake that they were looking for. There you can see quite clearly youngster taking his eyes off the ball. Happens quite a lot, of course. Looking to do what they're going to do next rather than make sure they keep possession.
There's Hewitt. Cassidy is the dummy half. Ball flipped on to Markham. Gary Duke, the dummy half. Cassidy in again. Hewitt tried to get it out, but that was well read by Hodkinson, but picked up again, and the tackle count wiped clean. So this a good attacking opportunity for Hull now.
Well, he had to be there, the hooker Colin Hodkinson. He took the gamble, went for the dummy. The intercept didn't quite come off.
Is there a spare man here? Aston gets the ball back inside. They keep it alive. There's an opportunity for Danby. It's inside. And it's a try for Hull. They get back into it straight away. Gary Duke, the man who got it over. So Hull strike back almost immediately. 9.5 minutes gone.
Well, what one hooker can do, the other one's going to call it. That really was beautiful play, but you can hand this down to the winger, John Aston. How he kept himself inside from here and getting the ball away. He took the gamble, and it's paid off for them. The ball kept alive. Beautiful little pass there. That was good play there by Danby, and the hooker in for a try.
There he is, Gary Duke, apprentice bricklayer. His uncle Tony, also a hooker with Hull.
Yes, Graham, what a screamer of a try. What a screamer of a try that was. The ball was fanned wide, and then they kept the ball alive superbly well. The support play was first class. That try will take some beating today.
It's amazing, John, you know, when you see that the winger just makes a mistake, a few seconds earlier, and then comes off with, I mean, it looked as though he had nowhere to go. He spun round and got the ball alive. That was an excellent play by Aston.
Hewitt then with the conversion right between the posts to level things. Hull 6, Warrington 6, almost 11 minutes gone.
Number 7, Mark Hewitt.
Well, you'll see this quite clearly. Now, John, it really is wonderful play. Keep the ball alive. Now, at this point, I thought, well, he's got to be bundled into touch.
Yes,
look at that.
He looked to have nowhere to go at all, but he did take the gamble, but that just shows the maturity of the kid. He'd made an early error, and he's made up for it superbly well. What a great try.
So 6-6 then, and Warrington to restart. Deep to Lee Markham, making the run from his own in-goal area.
Well, Graham, let's hope that that sets the scene for the day. 2 nice tries, both by the hookers. At least it makes me smile.
Well, we thought it would be close before the game. That's the way it looks. It's going to be. Great run by Cochrane there, feeding the ball off to Cassidy, but a forward pass, says Mr. Selfox, so it's going to come back.
That was a shame there, but good work by the second rower, Gareth Cochrane. Cassidy in support. There you can see it. That didn't look too bad for me. But I'm not the man with the red shirt and the whistle.
So Warrington win possession then. Huff bundled down under 3 bodies. Hodkinson, Harris, Moxham. Feeding the ball away. Good little jink there. Good play by Jonathan Roper. Huff. Wainwright. Markham again doing the tackling for Hull. Hodkinson to Huff. Nowhere to go for Harris.
That's good defence there, Graham. They've moved up very quickly. You could see that they allowed Warrington nowhere to go. That's how important it is when the centres move up quickly. You leave that corridor down the middle. It's easy for you to take the tackle that way.
5th tackle then. Wainwright trying to drop. It hit Hewitt on the back of the neck, I think. He didn't know much about it.
Well, it was worth a gamble. The ball came down. Mark Hewitt getting in the way of it. Didn't, as you say, didn't realise what had happened. That's a bit of a shepherd using the man. You can't use a man there. He's trying to explain to his teammate. Little halfback John Hoff. See him set off. Gets the ball there. Spins around. For some unknown reason, he's been deemed to have used the player. Bit hard to see that one.
Hewitt then kicking for touch for Hull. 6-6, 13.5 minutes gone in the Rugby League Academy Challenge Cup final here at Old Trafford. The first of 3 games you can see live on Sky Television. Duke tackled. Hewitt inside looking for Danby. Harris got a touch on the ball, so the tackle count wiped clean. 6 more for Hull. Hewitt. Good little jinking run there again by Cochrane. Markham chiming up.
They do play this forward game very well, the Hull side. You'll notice that they run through, then try to get the ball.
Sorry, Mike.
Try to get the ball back inside, Graham.
Great run this for Hull. They've got support as well, but Warrington just good enough there.
It's interesting there to see that Hull took the gamble of running it, and it very nearly paid off. Instead of doing the orthodox tactics of kicking it into the corner, he took a gamble, and it was a pretty close thing.
It was indeed. Warrington just got there in time.
Swinging arm. That really wasn't called for by the hooker, Gary Duke. You see him just sneak one in. It's a silly penalty to give away. Warrington under a lot of pressure, but they opt for the little tap instead rather than kick. Remember, they missed one of their kicks early.
There's Craig Pear. Hodkinson again. Huff. Heaton. Great tackle by Murray. Hodkinson again for Warrington. This is Wainwright, professional, works on the ground staff at Wilderspool. That was the forward pass.
Little look at the touch judge there by the second rower, Barry Moxham, but just slightly forward. Mike Wainwright and trying to get the second rower Moxham away. He's a talented player, this Mike Wainwright, but hopefully they'll opt to try to get the ball out wide. I feel that they got caught against Bradford Northern. Offside at the scrum. Just losing their way a little bit, John. I get the feeling that Warrington got off to that flying start, but for some unknown reason they seem to have lost it.
Yes, I think you're right, Mike, in that they're playing too much one-out football. That was the problem when they played Bradford Northern in the semi-final, and it's playing straight into Hull's hands. I feel that Warrington need to make use of your Jonathan Ropers and your Justin Leaches wider out. It's a nice big field, so they may as well make use of it.
So the ball in play, in touch. Hewitt there jogging over to pick it up as Hull prepare to launch something. It's Murray to Aston. Murray again, Hewitt, Danby, on again to Lee Markham, former England schoolboys player Markham. Cochrane once more, the Great Britain international. Played in France earlier this year. Hewitt once more.
They see the little halfback running at the angles, looking for his supports. That's what they're very clever at. They work very well in and around this play the ball area.
Fifth tackle then. They're trying to run it, dink it through to the line, just cut out, and they've got 6 more to go. This is Hewitt. Danby, there might be a spare man here. Cochrane going for the line. Warrington's defence just doing enough. Good run from the angles and strength as well from Murray, just held up. Half a metre from the line. Ball in the air. Can Heaton take it for Warrington? No, he can't.
Well, a little forward there. Referee Andy Selfox not happy with it.
All credit to Warrington though, Mike. They really scrambled very well there, and they had the backs to the wall and they've come through it.
Huff then from the scrum. Great tackling though from Hull. Just came round the corner of the scrum and hit 2 players smack on. That's Harris.
Yeah, very strong side, this Hull pack. You can see there, they realise that the danger man on this Warrington side is the half-back combination of Wainwright and Hoff. They've given them a lot of attention in this opening 15.
That's Roper. Hodkinson. Wainwright getting a good run, hoping to push Warrington out of their own half. They've been penned in that half of the field for quite some time now. Harris bangs it through, but to no great effect. Straight to Aston. He belts Leach to the ground.
They look to be gaining in confidence, this Hull side, even though the score is still Hull 6, Warrington 6. In the event of a draw, of course, they will not play extra time. It will be played at a date to be arranged next week. Remember, 3 games, a real extravaganza today for you. 7 hours of top quality rugby league football.
Crowd starting to fill up here. This will be the biggest crowd these lads have played in front of course, even although Old Trafford, I suppose, is well less than a quarter full at the moment, but it'll be full by the time the matches come a little bit later on during the day. Almost midway through the first half. Hull 6, Warrington 6. Hodkinson again, Harris.
Yes, Graham, I think the first 20 minutes really, we've got to give it to Hull on points. If it's a boxing match, they'd be just in front, but Warrington are hanging in there really well, and in the end the only points that count are those on the scoreboard.
There's Wainwright, just trying to slow things down just a little bit, but he was pounced on there from behind by Danby. Roper kicking forward. Comfortably taken there, though, by Craig Adams.
Good positioning by the centre, Adams, there. He realised that the kick was on. Hadn't moved up quickly in defence. Hang back, just in case. Know that the kick's going to be coming to him.
Hewitt just starting to orchestrate things, you feel, for Hull. Good run, strong run by Gareth Cochrane.
He's had a strong first half, the second rower Cochrane. That's the third strong run he's had. He's causing a lot of problems. He likes to go on the wide run at the angles. You can see a little bit too high from the number 6, Mike Wainwright. Losing their way slightly, Warrington, giving away silly penalties.
So it's Gary Duke then with the tap. Turning straight into the Warrington tacklers. 3 there. Well, Craig Kerr, rather an orthodox tackle. But still, Hull pushing on. Adams there it was again, and it's still making good ground without opening the game up. Hewitt might do that. This is Danby. Good jink by Danby, and just tried to change pace, but just the tackle coming, and the ball just knocked on there in the tackle.
Yeah, just caught there, but it was a good tackle by his opposite, Wainwright, coming in late there. Ball just shuddering away for the knock-on. But they're beginning to find these gaps in the Warrington defence, especially with the little runs from the captain, Mark Hewitt, and from the half-back, Danby.
Eckersley with the ball for Warrington. Danby helping to do the tackling. 6-6 then. Wainwright. Kerr. Moxham tackled. Just getting the ball away though. Heaton cutting inside. Good run by Heaton.
Nice play by the second rower there. You can see he's quite a talented stepping player. His opposite number, Cochrane, caught for holding down. You see the run by the second rower. Good tackle, but they never allowed him to get up and play the ball. Cochrane wanted to get on with the game pretty quickly. You can see that just laying all over the top. Once you've done the tackle, you're supposed to roll away, give the player with the possession to the chance to play that ball.
So he's going to break on here for Warrington. It's a good run. The ball flipped free. Hodkinson tries to get it back.
But a forward pass there. And a few words of wisdom from the hooker, Colin Hodkinson. But this was a run. Tremendous play by the little halfback, John Hoff. Didn't like it, didn't the hooker? That's plenty to say. Not like hookers, is it, John?
It's part of the course, Mike, but really his team can't afford that. They've worked their way right the way to the Hull line, got into the 20-metre zone. They've still got tackles left, and then Collins just he's opened his mouth there, and even if he doesn't disagree with the decision, Andy Selfox isn't going to change it.
No, we saw in the semi-final against Bradford that at one point in that second half, Bradford were allowed to get back into the game, mainly due to the fact that it was on 2 occasions that Hodkinson was talking back to the referee, gave away those penalties.
That's right, and that's part of his education that he'll have to come through it. He'll have to learn to stop doing that. It's as simple as that.
Aston tackled. A bit of slackness by Hull, almost the first time they've done that in the game, but Hewitt picking up the pieces. Maurice Lindsay on your right and Bob Ashby on your left, Chief Executive and Chairman of the Rugby League respectively. Interesting spectators here for the Academy Challenge Cup final. 6-6 it is then, with Hull pushing forward. Markham tackled on the halfway line. Danby with the kick through, but Hartill is aware of the possibilities. Sweeps up well. Dave Hartill.
Just a little bit too strong there. The idea was good. Warrington did not have a sweeper, but the full-back Dave Hartill moved up very quickly. Good position there. And that looked like a little short, sweet jab from the Hull from forward. Matt Murray wasn't seen by the ref.
Wainwright slung to the ground. Hodkinson to Harris. Good strong run by Harris. Still going. Feeding the ball to Eckersley. Hodkinson looking around. Just managing to grab the ball. Harris with the dummy which he uses so effectively. Is there something on here for Leach down the right-hand side for Warrington? Fifth tackle. Roper, the dummy half. Angled kick into the in-goal area, and an error over there by Shane Foster, spilling the ball over the dead goal line.
This was a beautiful kick by the loose forward, Eston Harris. But you can't really blame the youngster there. Shane Foster, he had his back to the opposition. He had to take the gamble. And the gamble was to make sure safety first always comes first in my book. He didn't know what was coming and bearing down upon him.
So Warrington then, with 6 tackles to go. Hartill with the ball.
It's interesting as well, Graham, that in that previous 6 they were doing what we're asking them to do, and that the ball was moved wide. Harris made the bust, and then he moved the ball wide, and then put a good kick in, and Hull was pretty stretched when they did that.
Huff, Wainwright again. Leach getting it out, just managing to keep the ball alive. Well taken by Leach at full stretch. Roper. Huff tackled, although they're keeping it alive. This is Heaton still going. Scrum cap comes off, but still possibilities here for Warrington, but good smothering defence by Hull.
Well, a big number 6, Mike Wainwright, trying to keep this ball alive. That really was good attention from the Hull defence. But they are being forced down the middle, and that's mainly due to the fact that the Hull's defence is very quick to move up out wide. He likes to slow things down as Wainwright, but they seem to have the measure of him.
Good play again by Hewitt. Always aware of the possibilities. Great strong run this by Cassidy. Now, has he got the support with him? Still things going. The referee getting slightly in the way, but definite possibilities here for Hull. They tried to get the ball out wide, and they just couldn't feed Craig Adams. So Eckersley coming back for Warrington, but it was a great break through the middle by Cassidy for Hull.
Oh, that was wonderful play by Hull. He showed some real speed to the loose forward. Cassidy making the break. This is the mistake here, coming in a little bit late, over-enthusiastic of the Hull defence. It was the winger Shane Foster that's been penalised. That really is a shame, because Cassidy was involved in that move twice. You saw how he just slowed things down because he knew he couldn't get round the full-back, and he brought the winger back inside. That really was good thinking. It's a shame that it didn't bring more reward.
There's Foster for Warrington. Hasn't really got into the game so far. This is Pear. Looked a little bit forward, and the referee thought so as well. Well, that was a basic mistake. Wainwright saying no.
Well, you see quite clearly on the replay, it's a good yard forward. And I hate to say, I'm afraid that Warrington are losing their way. Got off to a fine start, of course, by the try from their hooker, Colin Hodkinson. But from there on in, it's really been Hull slowly but surely taking control of this game.
Wilberforce, their fullback. 10 minutes to go to half-time. Still level pegging. Here's Aston with the chance to run. Well, that was a forward pass. It wasn't an accurate one either. So it's Warrington possession. Leach. Pear tackled. Hodkinson again. This is Wainwright, just looking to burst between the players and get it away. He has to Hodkinson.
Well, there you can see that Warrington just losing their way a little bit in the excitement. They nearly got sucked into it. There's no doubt about it. There's a number 7 Hewitt crawling all over him, but they can do without Paul Foster coming in and throwing things like that. That just shows a lack of concentration and discipline, and that could be costly. And it looks like Andy Stelfox, referee, calling back the old skipper, Hewitt. Just had a few words to him there, and rightly so, just calm things down.
So, Hewitt being spoken to, and the end result of all that is that Justin Harris is going to try and kick a penalty here. It's from a long, long way out, but very little wind inside Old Trafford. It's a good position, certainly. Harris has been extremely accurate this season. He's kicked 90 goals already. 91 could be crucial. It could just send Warrington in at half-time with a slight advantage. So Harris then. Picture of concentration. There's the kick from Justin Harris. Has it got enough legs? Just, but it didn't have the direction, so it stays 6-6.
Well, just fading away there to the right. There you can see that the Warrington defence moving off the mark. You must stand square. They really have a problem, this Warrington side. There you can see interfering there, not allowing him to play the ball, a little pushing and shoving and tugging. Referees don't like that. But they have a problem, John Keir, this Warrington side. I know we keep harping on about it, but that's the 5th occasion in this first half that we've actually seen Warrington get into a good position and then throw it away with silly things like that.
Yes, you just can't understand it, Mike. Every time they get into the 20-metre area, they're doing something stupid. The only time really they've kept the ball up there has been when Colin Hodgkinson scored early on. So hopefully Chris Middlehurst will hammer that message home at half-time.
Mark Hewitt just getting a little bit of blood sorted out there from a tackle or a bang. So that's all ironed out. Just a little bit of a delay in proceedings. While Hewitt himself kicks for touch and finds it. Encouraging his players as well, the whole captain. He'll certainly be pleased, I think, with the way they've come back from going down very early on, 6-0 against Warrington, but then coming back within around 3 minutes to equalise.
Well, another swinging arm and another penalty, as John Keir mentioned. I'm sure that the coach of Warrington, Chris Middlehurst, had quite a lot to say in the half-time break. 2 penalties. Hull were on their own line. Now they find themselves putting themselves into a position to perhaps apply that pressure to Warrington.
Hewitt once again with the kick for Hull. Beaten in last year's final by Wigan, hoping desperately to go one better. As you might have heard earlier on, they've been on a special diet and they've had a special training schedule as well. They stayed overnight at a hotel in Cheadle, so they didn't have to travel all the way from Humberside to this game this morning. Still Hewitt with the ball, 20 metres from the Warrington line. Aston. Duke the dummy half to Hewitt. Danby. Cochrane almost making the break. Tackling just good enough.
That was a great tackle from Harris there.
And Harthill just watching the ball and doing the sensible thing under pressure.
Super kick there. Just couldn't get away with it there. It was Kevin Gray, the centre. The fullback equal to the task. He waited to see whether perhaps the ball would go over on its own. realised that it wouldn't, so he just threw his body on top of it. Good thinking.
Cassidy taking the ball then for Hull. 5 minutes to go, just a little bit under to half-time. Cassidy once more. Cochrane tackled well by Hartill. Fraser. Duke the dummy half. Hewitt. Cochrane losing his studs rather than being tackled. Cassidy looking for a little angle. Warrington defence pushing up well. 5th tackle. Attempted drop, but under pressure from Hodkinson, the ball going just wide from the boot of Gary Duke.
Well, it's good thinking by the hooker, but not the best attempt, is it? Well wide. Not much for the referee to make a decision on there, but at least, and there we see another silly penalty. I'm afraid that the referee, Andy Selfox, will have to start being a little bit more sterner, perhaps. Production of a yellow card may do the trick.
Wainwright tackled then. Moxham. There's Wainwright trying to break through the line, can't do so. Harris spinning away, but again just running into problems. Cassidy the tackler for Hull. Hodkinson, but again great tackling. It was Duke that time. Harris with the attempted drop. Charge down. So still alive and a chance for Heaton. Will he go all the way? Close to the line. Hull just about doing enough. The push on, the charge. Go on, Heave. Craig Kerr. Kerr trying to go for the line. Still not quite there. Still the whole defence just doing enough to hold things up. And great scrambling defence there by Hull.
Tremendous defence there. They really threw everything at them, but too much one-out football, really, when they really needed to get the ball out wide. And there, Justin Leach went in at the corner. We saw 4 play the balls where one man tried to go all on his own. Well, they perhaps would have been better trying to get it out of that heavy traffic area. I feel a chance gone begging there, John.
Certainly, Mike. The ball bounced for them definitely from that charge down, and the Hull defence was all at sea, but then they regrouped very, very quickly, showed a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of urgency, and they kept Warrington out, so all credit to Hull, but perhaps tactically a bit naive from Warrington.
Minute to go to half-time then. Adams tackled.
Very important now that Hull elect for the big kick downfield. They've gone for the short one.
Harris takes it. Still going, but a wall of purple and white hoops in front of him. Hartill. Hartill taking a bit of a bang in that tackle. That's Foster. There he is, a bit of a knock in the eye. Dave Hartill of Warrington. Wainwright then. Flipped forward. So another error by Warrington.
Well, you can see the standoff is trying to keep this ball alive there, but little doubts that Eckersy, the winger, is well in front.
Danby, oh, that would have been absolutely perfect. There's a chance of a counter-attack. Surely if the ball bounces kindly, Leach must score for Warrington, and he has done in injury time in the first half. How crucial that could be. It looked as though Hull were about to break away, but they just couldn't keep hold of the ball, and Leach was in.
Well, Hull paid the price, the 4 or 5 card trick, giving away possession deep in your own territory. But good play by Justin Leach. You could see that after the kick, he knew that he had plenty of time. He's looking to see where the defence is, slows himself down, waits for the ball to pop up. That is a good opportunity to try. And what a great time to score it, Justin Leach. Well played, good thinking from the youngster.
So Hull 6, Warrington 10, with the kick to come for Justin Harris. And if he can get this one over from a difficult position just before half-time, how crucial it will be for Warrington, because Chris Middlehurst, I don't think, will be totally satisfied with his team's performance in the first half, and might indeed have just been happy to see them going in on level terms.
Yes, you're right, Graham, that the Hull side winning the possession from the scrum, they took the gamble to try to feed the ball out wide. It didn't pay off. It looked perhaps just a little bit of a chance that maybe one of the Warrington side did get a hand to it, but it was overruled by the referee Andy Stelfox to play on.
And there you see just how difficult the kick is. It's not a bad effort at all, but just not good enough. So Hull 6, Warrington 10. There's the half-time hooter, and how crucial that try right at the end of the first half could be. Justin Leach going in for the try, Colin Hodkinson getting the try earlier on for Warrington, and Hull then plenty to do in the second half. Half-time score is Hull 6, Warrington 10.
So there we are. We promised you that it would be a great start to the proceedings. The youngsters of Hull and Warrington have provided just that in the first 40 minutes. We shall discuss the opening half in the Academy Cup final with John Keir and with Andy Gregory, who's been watching engrossed up here in the studio right after these.
Association with Sega, Sky Sports takes you live to Norway as the group leaders battle for a place in the World Cup finals.
England's World Cup campaign is underway.
June 2nd, Norway beat England in a World Cup qualifier. Norway shocked England at Wembley. Now they must be beaten at home on their own turf.
Beaten brilliantly for England.
England must win to stay ahead of Holland in the finals race. June 2nd, Norway battle England, and the only place you'll see the whole match live is on Sky Sports.
The new Peugeot 306 drives the imagination.
Come with me as we go behind closed doors. Hello. And you are? Oh, don't mind us, just relax, only doing a commercial. I see you use Imperial leather.
Just not.
Do you know it's Britain's favourite soap?
Get out! Out! It's my bathroom now! Clear off, will you?
This woman's a half-wit. I suppose you buy it because it's long-lasting and has a distinctive fragrance. And I bet you can rely on it for the whole family. Lovely family. Misty Fielder, Misty Fielder.
Misty Fielder, George.
Right, just act normally while Christopher Timothy does the end bit.
Imperial leather. A little luxury.
He's not a real vet, you know.
In the privacy of your own home.
A few cows that would tell you that story.
Hellmann's, the only mayonnaise.
We could be eloquent about the minty taste of clarets, but I don't like eloquence.
I don't like any animals with big ears.
Clarets in regular mints and gum.
The divisional final up and coming at 1:30, but this is a real Australian grand final day here at Old Trafford, isn't it? Hope you're enjoying our coverage live and exclusive here on Sky Sports. We've just enjoyed 40 minutes of the Academy Cup final between Hull and Warrington ahead 10 points to 6 at half-time. John Keir's moved across from the commentary position into the studio to join us. John, that's the standard that we've seen on Sky all season, to be fair.
Oh yes, it's nothing out of the ordinary at all. I was very confident that it would be a very good game, and I think the first 40 minutes has justified that confidence. I think it's been a super 40 minutes.
I think our viewers will realise there's a touch of silverware to be won at the end of this. There's no prisoners.
No, they've been very, very committed, both sides. Perhaps one or two pieces of indiscipline, but they've paid for it. The referee's been very, very firm. So I've been more than happy with that 40 minutes, and we've seen some real good tries. I think the whole try, that will take some beat in the divisional final or in the First Division Premiership final.
Well, Andy, Gregory and I are a little bit long in the tooth now, I suppose, to be looking back to our teenage years. But, Andy, you two have been impressed by the standard on show out there?
Yeah, I have. I thought it was a tremendous half. Two committed sides. Defences are on top, you know. They've both Hull's been putting pressure on the Warrington line, and Warrington's been putting pressure on their line. And, you know, they've held out, but the try in the last minute, you know, just the first half might just sway it Warrington's way, but hopefully if it's like that in the second half, we're in for the treat.
You, of course, are from one of the biggest clubs in the game at Leeds. Do they have a lot of store by this academy? Is this the way forward, do you think?
I think so, yeah, and it's hard for me to say that, because I used to be, I'm a former Barley Player of the Year. But, you know, like Barley did a great job. But I think the academy, you know, like they've proved today, and I've watched games on Sky all season through, you know, they've got a really good standard. John's doing a tremendous job, and everybody, you know, like the two coaches of Hull and Warrington today must take credit. They've done a great job getting two sides out there. No doubt it's a big pitch at Old Trafford, and there'll be some tired lads later on because they put everything into that first 40 minutes.
They have indeed, and there's another 40 minutes to come, and of course, at the end of it, the first ever Academy Challenge Cup will be presented, we hope, here at Old Trafford. If it's a draw, it goes to a replay next week. What an anticlimax that would be for the lads of both sides. But I'm sure that they'll be going all out to win it. Hull against Warrington. Warrington lead 10-6 at the break. The second half coming up in a few moments' time.
The world's top tennis nations do battle. Starts Monday live at 11, Sky Sports.
Just when I need someone to love me, just when I think the world's too cold.
Sheba. Delicious pieces of meat, carefully selected and prepared in the way your cat will love.
There you are in my heart, standing by me once again.
Sheba. Recipes prepared with love.
The power of Solpadeine is now available in a new tablet form. Designed on computer to make pain relief easy to swallow. Solpadeine is one of the most powerful painkillers available without prescription. Solpadeine contains 2 highly effective pain-killing ingredients that deliver relief fast. If pain strikes, hit back with the power of new Solpadeine.
Wherever you are, M&M's make a good time better. The smoothest milk chocolate, the crunchiest peanuts. So if you're out for fun, don't forget M&M's. You never know who's going to drop in. M&M's, the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
Now remember, the editor said we've got to get all the nitty-gritty on him this time.
Right, he's having breakfast.
Breakfast, well, what is it?
Whole wheat flakes with raisins and bananas. No, coconut and apple.
Get that.
Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre, a delicious combination of tastes in every bite.
Hello?
Fancy a bowl of Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre, lads? Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre, never the same bite twice.
Santa's little helper is feeling kinda sick.
Hey, the dog's dead.
He needs an operation, and he needs it pretty quick.
Dad, you shouldn't say the dog's dead when he's not. He is dead. I'll get a shovel.
No.
What?
You are not going to perform that operation yourself.
But Marge, it looks so easy, just like carving a turkey.
The Simpsons, tonight at 6 on Sky 1.
Hull 6, Warrington 10 then. A try from Duke for Hull, and the goal from Hewitt, and then for Warrington, tries from Hodkinson and Leach. The first of those converted by Yistin Harris. So, there's a committed supporter, not necessarily for this game, but being brought in here young to watch this Academy Rugby League. So, Steve-O, second half about to get underway. You're in both dressing rooms. What would both coaches have said to their sides, do you think?
Well, I feel that Warrington will have been told to get the ball out wide and not talk back to the referee. A couple of times they've been caught out by that. It's obviously Andy Selfox, the referee, quite happy to keep blowing that whistle. Perhaps that their coach Middlehurst would have said, let's get this ball out wide. Hull are a very strong side. I'm sure that their coach Phil Windley would have said to them, keep going and try to cut down the mistakes, but there we've just seen one.
Straight away, which gives possession to Warrington right at the start of this second half. Dave Hartill, Justin Leach, the dummy half. Roper with a little kick through, a good one as well by Roper. Excellent play by Jonathan Roper. He's off to Australia this summer with the Amateur Rugby League. This is Kerr on the run. So a good start for Warrington right at the start of this second half. Can they carry on where they finished off the first half? Huff running into trouble though.
Inventive play there by the centre, Jonathan Roper. Could see that Hull didn't have the sweeper. Took full advantage of it.
Wainwright going for the gap. Here's Hodkinson trying to go low, but just held up. Wainwright once more going for the line, and he's there. Right at the start of the second half, Mike Wainwright has gone over, the professional on Warrington's books. He works on the ground staff down at Wilderspool, and Mike Wainwright has got over for what could be an absolutely crucial try.
Oh, good thinking there by the number 6. You could see that the whole defence had not moved across, and he took full advantage of it. Good play by Wainwright. There you can see whole defence just leaving that slightest gap. Even though he's a tall fella, there you see he stooped low and he kept the trajectory low, in for the try. That's the way to do it. run at the angle, quick play of the ball. Good thinking there, John Keir.
Yes, Warrington have really come out steaming in this second half. Good defence caused a Hull mistake. Then within the next 6 tackles, Mike Wainwright forced his way over, but it was good to see Jonathan Roper trying something a bit out of the ordinary.
Here's Harris then with the kick, and he kicks it. So Warrington easing further ahead. Hull 6, Warrington 16.
Well, what a psychological lift to this Warrington side. They scored that try to their winger Justin Leach seconds before the half-time hooter. And with barely a minute gone in this second stanza, they've added to that score. They really must feel very confident now. It's going to take a tremendous effort by the Yorkshire side to get back into this game. But I think they're capable of it. They've got the stars out there.
A question now as well of them being able to keep their discipline, just having lost it around the half-time period when they'd been well in the game and looking well set, even for victory. Hodkinson again, a good run from the dummy half position. This is Foster with the ball. Hodkinson back to Wainwright, who dummies the kick and then does kick downfield. Taken fairly comfortably by Foster. 16-year-old in the Hull ranks, Shane Foster. The scoreline, Hull 6, Warrington 16.
Tremendous start then for Warrington to this second half. David Howes, the Rugby League Public Affairs Executive downstairs, enjoys this end-of-season jamboree here at Old Trafford.
I came here to Old Trafford the first time in 1987. We made sure it was literally a fun day. And we've extended it this year, of course, with the Academy Challenge Cup final at 11:45, which gives us the best part of 6 hours of rugby league for the price of one game.
I know you're supposed to be objective, but are you going for anyone today?
I'm going for the Specky, because I think that's what today's all about. If we can provide them with a suitable finale for the season, with hours of entertainment, we've got a bit of fun in between the 2 main matches, with the spectators taking part in it's a knockout version on the field. And really what we want them to do is finish today, leave Old Trafford, and look back on a great day, reflecting a great season.
It'll be a great season for Warrington if they can hold on here, but Hull trying to pick up from where they left off during most of the first half.
That really was a good kick there. They put a lot of pressure on Justin Leach, the Warrington winger, had to take it out.
This is Danby. Super tackle from Roper. Hewitt flipping it out. Cassidy is there. Great try from Hull, who strike back again straight away. Cassidy seemed to grow a foot as he stretched and placed the ball over the line. 5 minutes of the second half gone. Hull are back in it.
Oh, lovely delayed pass from the dummy half position from Mark Hewitt. And the loose forward, Jez Cassidy. He's had a big game. He really did take advantage of that. You'll see him duck under the tackles. Look at that. They went far too high, and that was enough. The momentum took him over. Delayed the pass underneath. No one went low enough, and that is a great try.
Did he or did he not enjoy that? Jez Cassidy then works in a leisure centre. To have been enjoying that one all right. Hewitt then. 1 from 1. Now 2 from 2 tries for that man Mark Hewitt. So that will rattle the nerves just a little bit more for Warrington, because they've got ahead a couple of times, but each time Hull have struck back.
Yes, and what a great way to strike back by that man there. He's played exceptionally well, Jez Cassidy. And I must say, John Keir, that I was not surprised that Hull did bounce back, even though Warrington did take that commanding lead. 16-6, they were well in control, but this Hull side have still been making quite a few breaks, haven't they?
Certainly, Mike, and they're a side with great character, as they've just shown there. They played a big 6 straight after the Warrington try. They got into the corner, got the ball from the scrum, and Jez Cassidy, I mean, my word, did he want that try. He really went for it, he reached out for it, and he enjoyed it, and I think they'll be buzzing now.
This is Markham, still going Markham for Hull. Duke, the dummy half. It's Fraser. Duke once again from the dummy half position. Hewitt's kick downfield, a good one, sending Hartill going backwards. Dave Hartill, one good sidestep, but he can't make another.
Nice kick by Mark Hewitt. You could see that he put the ball right into the corner, made sure that the fullback Dave Hartill from Warrington had to turn round, go into it. The chasing was good.
Moxham tackled. Just a little signal from Hodkinson. This is Foster. Cochrane doing the tackling. Hodkinson once more. Good delivered pass. And still going here. Huff still avoiding the tackles. Gets it out to Cowan. This is Eckersley. Eckersley just tried to spin the ball inside, but couldn't find a primrose and blue jersey. So they're just not able to duplicate what Hull did in the same position in the first half.
Yeah, that was a shame there. Really. Warrington did play some superb football. John Hoff showed that he's got plenty of speed. Nice little step to come through there. Just the last pass letting them down. The gaps are appearing. Quite a few from both sides now going high rather than low. That's when the half break comes about.
Fifth tackle then. Duke, the dummy half. Hewitt's kick once more. High towering one. Again an intelligent kick. Banging it into the corner and making Hartill come across. He's allowed 10 metres before Hull can tackle.
Well, it looks we're in for a stormer of a game. Just before the half-time break, we thought that Warrington had taken full control. 16-6 they were leading. But Hull, full credit to them, they've bounced back. And that's a mistake. Hull will get the head and feet. You can see the ball slipping straight through. Been a drop of rain midway through the first half, so it is quite slippy, that football. And not retiring at the scrum base. Loose forward caught out there, Houston Harris. You can't break from the scrum, of course, until the ball has cleared the scrum.
So Hewitt finding touch. He'll take the tap. A chance here. Duke going. Finds support. Hewitt. Well, he might just have let that one go there, but it's still a good position for Hull. Danby. Good change of direction, but not deceiving anybody. Kevin Gray. Danby. One way and then the other. Well, that was pretty high from Kerr. Lucky he didn't get admonished by the referee. It's Hull still with possession. Looking to run the angles. Still keeping the ball alive. Here's Hewitt. Hewitt inside. Great tackle on Fraser.
What a tackle by the loose forward. Harris. It had to be. That was try time. Fraser looked for all the world to be going over. And up comes the loose forward. Ball and all. You can see it just jolt out.
Yes, Mark, that's a couple of important tackles that Houston Harris has made throughout this game, and he's not only doing a good job with the ball in his hand, he's also working very hard in defence.
It's Hull 12, Warrington 16. You're watching the Rugby League Academy Challenge Cup final on Sky Television. We've had 11 minutes of the game. This is Kerr for Warrington. Wainwright just slowing things down, and then the looping kick forward. Just dribbling out into touch from the boot of Mike Wainwright.
Intelligent kick there by the number 6. Very talented player Wainwright. Does slow the game down to his pace. He does that on purpose. Tries to attract the defence to him. Very good at slipping the ball away in the tackle, creating that break.
Hewitt again for Hull.
He's had a real game, hasn't he, Hewitt? Being the live wire, involved in everything that Hull have thrown at Warrington. He's the man that can put them in front, I feel.
Cassidy again with the strong run. Markham inside, finding Duke, but the ball just spinning out of Duke's hands, and the knock on.
Won't be happy with that. Duke, good support play there. Second rower, well, he just couldn't get it away. The gaps are appearing. Both these sides getting a little bit tired. It's pretty heavy down there, quite humid. Not much air in this stadium.
Here's Harris. Harris tackled then, eventually. Good run by Roper. Still keeping the ball alive, flipping it inside to Wainwright. Wainwright looking for the gaps, looking for the support as well. Just held on by Huff. Heaton is there in support.
But it was a forward pass. Sorry, that was a forward pass there. He took the gamble. See the hooker getting it away to the second rower, Stephen Heaton. And dropped it in the end, but they really have bounced back, haven't they, Warrington, John? It's an amazing credit to both sides. It's going from one end to the other.
Yes, it really is a ding-dong battle, Mike. Both teams are finding the gaps, as you just said. I think fatigue's playing a bit of a part in there. And they're certainly trying to keep the ball alive. Perhaps they might be doing it just that bit too much. A quick play of the ball to bring it back into play might be a better idea.
So just a little bit of a delay here while a substitution is being made. Hull bringing off a man, and the number 8 going off, Lee Fraser, and number 16 coming on, Matt Hodgson. So Hodgson coming on. Meninga they call him. This is Hewitt.
Well, I'm sure they'll be looking for something of the Meninga ilk. A long striding run. My memory takes me back to that awful day here on this same ground when Meninga made that wonderful run in the second test. It really did break the hearts of the British side that day when it looked as though glory was going to be ours. Let's see if we can see the same thing from the man that they call Meninga.
Hewitt's kick downfield. Hartill chasing. Hartill, whose dad and granddad both played professional football for Coventry City.
Good kick and chase once again by the Hull side. Really has had a big game, this Jess Cassidy. Not only scored a try, but you could see very eager to chase and bring off the tackle on the fullback, Dave Hartill.
This is Pat. Hodkinson with the ball. Wainwright once again, good run by Wainwright, but it got a little bit tight, and Wainwright giving the ball away really when he'd no need to, and giving away possession to boot.
Well, it's that panic that we were talking about earlier. We really can do without that, and that's just a lash out with the boot at the play of the ball. That'll be a penalty to Hull. Not happy with it, Colin Hodkinson, the Warrington skipper. There you can see it. You're allowed to strike for the ball when the ball is placed on the ground, but not prematurely. That was deemed by the referee, Andy Stelfox. This really is going to put pressure on the Warrington side.
Just over 15 minutes gone then. Hull 12, Warrington 16. There's Hodgson, the substitute. Good run by Cochrane, but well tackled by Roper. But the referee saying that Roper just held on too long, interfering with the play of the ball.
We'll just see him at the last moment, just pull the leg. There it is. Just silly infringements like that, and that could cost 2 points. Not so much a professional foul, John, but I suppose they could say that give away 2 and perhaps save the 6.
So there's the substitute coming on for Warrington, number 15, Craig Appleby, and Stephen Heaton is the man coming off. Heaton, youngster, only 16. And there's Appleby, the man that's just come on.
Yes, Mark, but I didn't really feel that there was a necessity there to infringe at the play of the ball, because the Warrington defensive line was already sort of in place. So really, it's a needless opportunity given to Hull. And the way that Mark Hewitt's been kicking both out of his hand and from the ground, I'm sure that he'll slot it between the posts.
Hewitt, he's a master with these. 114 goals he'd kicked before this game. And he's missed that one. Well, that was a real opportunity gone begging for Mark Hewitt, and he will be terribly disappointed about that. A real opportunity for Hull gone begging.
Yes, a missed chance, but at least they will get possession back. The dropout from the 22. And it's important now that Hull do not panic, work out their full 6 tackles, make the most of this possession now.
Yes, I think there, Graham, I put the mockers on Mark Hewitt a little. And,
absolutely, it always happens. Craig Adams tackled. Duke, Hodgson. Danby, Gray, Wilberforce tackled. Possession in favour, as you can see, of Hull in this half. Hodgson spilling the ball at the tackle there.
Well, that's the type of mistake that we're talking about, and that will be a penalty. We mentioned earlier that you are allowed to strike for the ball when it is placed on the ground, but not prematurely. You saw the referee, Stelfox, indicating that he was striking before the ball had been placed. It's a gamble that Hewitt tried, didn't come off. You'll see it.
Well, Hewitt not happy with himself just at this moment, but he's had a really big game for Hull. Hodkinson then for Warrington. Huff on to Foster. Hodkinson, Wainwright, Pair still going.
Well, with a 4-point lead, I really do feel that it's time for Warrington to start throwing the long ball out wide, trying to run this heavy pack from the Hull, trying to run it out of them a little bit. I do believe that there's a chance out wide.
Quite a bit of pace there from Wainwright, straight from the play of the ball. 5th tackle. Huff then with the kick. Good kick as well. Huff straight onto it. Super tackle on Wilberforce, who nevertheless did very well under pressure. He's bound to have seen Huff coming out of the corner of his eye, but he kept his eye on the ball.
And rightly so, because I'm afraid Huff was pretty high with that tackle. Lucky to get away with that one, but as you mentioned, excellent play from the fullback, Wilberforce.
Markham then, the driving run. Gray, change of direction. Offside from the play the ball.
Good refereeing there by Stelfox, allowed Hull to see whether the advantage, if he'd have slipped that ball away, made the break, he would have played on. But he deemed that it was no advantage to them, so the penalty given. I would like to see that from referees.
So Duke then. Matt Murray tackled there. Hodgson keeping hold of the ball that time. About 25 metres to the Warrington line. Hewitt, Danby. Danby looking for the angles, looking for the gaps. There's Hewitt. Murray well tackled by Pair, but they're close, about 8 metres from the line. Hull, great change of direction. Danby, was he stopped? Brilliant defence. 5th tackle. Danby so close. And Warrington, crucially for them, gain possession.
Good play there by Colin Hodkinson, but I thought Danby was in for all the world, but great defence. The full-back Dave Hartill, there's the man playing the ball now. A few seconds ago, he just put his entire body on the line with a real ball and all tackle.
22 minutes gone, Hull 12, Warrington 16.
Well, personalities are making their way into Old Trafford all the time. Among them, Stephen Watson, Great Britain's team manager. He's also chairman of Hull, and he's talking now to Mark Wallace.
Steve Watson, the Great Britain manager and chairman of Hull. I saw you watching the academy game there. Pretty tight game, and you're looking a little bit tight and nervous.
Yeah, I am, yeah, because we just give a try away there. I thought up to then we were doing very well. I think it's a very evenly matched game, and I think we've had chances that, you know, we've just slipped up at the end and we've just given them a try. So I am looking a bit anxious, yes. You know, I think it's a great game. I think both sides are evenly matched. I think they're probably better in the back line than we are, but I think the power of our forwards is playing very, very well, and I think that might take us through just in the end.
Well, Hull have got possession now. This is Lee Markham. One up, one down. Huff helping with the tackling, but Justin Harris doing well there. Hewitt, Danby.
See the little half-back, the Hull skipper, Hewitt, probing, trying to get that half-break.
The dink through. Good saving lunge by Hartill there, as it looked as though the ricochet just might fall for Hull. But Warrington having to defend for all they're worth at the moment. That's pair.
They really are defending very well, though, Graham. As Mike mentioned, they're putting the bodies on the line, they're scrambling well, they're very enthusiastic, very committed, and they're going to take some breaking down.
Justin Harris. Hodkinson. Wainwright again. Foster got the ball away well to Huff, but again the tackling good. Hodkinson, well-timed pass to Moxham. Is there something on here for Warrington? Flipped inside, but the number 3, Jonathan Roper, held up. Fifth tackle. Ball flipped loose, but a knock on there by Wainwright.
Well, a wasted opportunity there on the last one. That'll be the turnover, when really they should have been setting up for a kick. A pretty tall lad is the number 6, Wainwright.
Well, there might be something on here for the right winger, Shane Foster. He's a real speed merchant, this lad. He's avoided one tackle. A great tackle, though, by Hartill, taking him into touch. That was a real try-saving tackle by Dave Hartill.
Oh, excellent play. Look at that. The fullback sweeping across. Nice run from Foster. Kept it alive. Now, the important thing here is that the centre from Warrington, Cowan, took that ball out, so it'll be a whole feed and ball.
Here's Danby to Wilberforce. Is there something on here for Hull? That was well taken, had a lot to do, but good cover tackling there. Justin Leach doing it. But Hull, with their ears pricked, their tails up, going for the line. Wilberforce. Oh, and that was just a little bit of slackness when they didn't need it.
Just a bit of panic setting in there. Someone calling for it, and you picked the wrong person.
Here's Hodgson, the substitute, getting it inside to Duke. Duke looking for support. Well tackled. Harrison Wainwright doing it. This is Murray trying to go low. Again, good defence from Warrington. Fifth tackle. Hull just setting themselves. Are they there? It's all very scrappy. Was that down? No, the ball not grounded. So Warrington just doing enough in the end to keep Hull at bay.
Well, a bit like the Harlem Globetrotters this. The ball was going all over the place. Hull jump up with delight, but it was definitely a knock-on. Referee Andy Selfox just having a few words to some of the players. The Hull side not too happy with that. Telling them to get on with the game. I'm the boss, rightly so. But this is going to go right down to the wire.
And I wonder if it's just going through the minds of the Hull players. They've played each other 3 times this season, once in a preliminary competition to sort the leagues out, and twice in the first division. It was close on each occasion, but on each occasion in the league, Warrington just coming out on top by 1 point in one instance, very close in the other game as well. 5th tackle.
This is where they need a real big kick downfield into the corner. Make them go backwards. Oh, an attempted drop goal
by Wainwright. The ball rather dying just in front of the posts, but worth a go.
Well, quite adventurous effort there, John Keir, and not far off either.
No, it was worth a try, but you wonder whether it'd been better playing the percentages and pushing them into the corner and trying to pen them in their own 20-metre zone.
Ball dropped in a tackle, and Moxham picking it up. Mr. Stelfox just checking with his touch judge, and happy with that. Ian Devaney from Widnes giving that the OK. Player down injured in the tackle there. It's Harris. Hodkinson then to Pear. Pear still going. Flipping the ball backwards. Huff tackle though by Hewitt. Getting support from the other Hull players, and it just got a little bit excited there. The referee, Andy Stelfox, in quickly and just pulling Huff and Hewitt to him for a few words of wisdom.
Well, it's been a tough battle between these two. Mark Hewitt, the Hull skipper, John Hoff from Warrington. They really do get involved. Just a little bit over enthusiastic there. John Hoff decided to retaliate. But I'm afraid the penalty will go to Warrington. This really is a great chance now for the Warrington outfit. There you see it, he tries to get it down, and just a little one there. Lack of concentration. He could pay the price.
And here's another substitute coming on for Hull. Paul Asquith coming on, and Gareth Cochran going off. There's Gareth Cochran, who had an extremely good first half for Hull. So Asquith, the man that's on. Now this is a crucial kick, because 4 points separating the sides at the moment. If Harris can kick this one, then Hull would need a try and the conversion to get back just to level terms. So Harris knows how important this will be for his side. Euston Harris plays for Warrington, comes from Oldham and kicks the conversion. So an excellent kick by Euston Harris. You can see how pleased he is with that one. Hull 12, Warrington 16 with 10 minutes to go.
Well, he'll breathe a sigh of relief, I'm sure. After that kick, they were put under enormous pressure by the Hull side. At least 4 of them, maybe 5 chances have gone begging. Well, let's not take anything away from the Warrington defence. They really did scramble well. And once they got up there, little indiscretion allowed them to get those extra 2 points.
So Harris then with that penalty goal, 6 points between the sides. Hull 12, Warrington 18. And just about 10 minutes to go. This is Leach for Warrington. They will want to keep all the possession they can now and push as far upfield as they can, using the strength of their forwards.
There you see a little bit more step in the play now from Warrington. That little bit of a comfort zone, the 6 points. Even if Hull do score.
Wainwright inside to Huff, to Hodkinson.
Just saying, Graham, the most they can get is a draw. Sorry about that.
Here's Wainwright, there might be something on here for Eckersley. Eckersley wide to Jimmy Cowan. Cowan going for the line, stepping inside, avoiding 3 or 4. Moxham not able to take it. Just when he saw the line and saw glory, just couldn't hang on to the ball. Barry Moxham.
Well, they did well there, especially from the winger Chris Eckersley. He realised he didn't have the speed. Stepped back inside. He knew that possession was vital. But that last pass has let Warrington down on several occasions. striking for the ball before the ball was in. Don't see many of those these days. Don't see the ball go down in the middle these days.
So Hull then, it's getting close to the time where they will know they've got to get back into this one to have any opportunity.
Yes, Graham, I think it will be caution to the wind on the Hull side, and I think it will be looking for a field goal on the Warrington side. I think they'll be the tactics, basically.
Lee Markham coming off, and the number 15 coming on, Scott Jackson for Hull.
Well, we just saw two great tackles there. It's taken him a while to warm up the prop forward from Warrington, Paul Foster. We've seen all through this season he's brought up some real crunches.
Here's Cassidy. Cassidy breaking through the early tacklers. The dink over Hartill. The ball taken by Harris, but the referee. Cassidy goes to the deck, and the referee going to speak to Hartill about that one.
Well, it'll have to be a yellow card. That was a professional foul, and he's gone. The sin bin for Dave Hartill.
So there goes Dave Hartill into the sin bin. And he will be off now for the rest of the game. So Warrington having to defend for the rest of the game with just 12 men. Now, what can Hull do here? Duke, Hewitt, Danby, Gray flipping it wide. That was a real opportunity. If the pass would have been delivered properly for Asquith to go in, there was the spare man.
Well, it was a long ball from Gray. There you can see Asquith really shaking his fist in anger right over the top. The chances really have gone begging on both sides, but look at the possession that Hull have had in this second half, and yet they're still trailing by that 6.
So Warrington trying to push away then from their own line. Hodkinson, Wainwright, Moxham.
It's vital now that Warrington just keep their composure or not do things like that.
Adams picking up. Just the knock on here.
Well, was it interference by Wainwright? You can see him dragging the ball down. Well, I've seen plenty of referees this season give a penalty for reefing the ball away with a man in possession. Wasn't to be.
Here's Eckersley. Can he find the gaps? If they could get him into a good position, he could be the match winner here for them. He's a very, very quick lad indeed.
But not as quick as Mark Hewitt then. Eckersley got up very slow, placed the ball on the ground. The little halfback, realising they're running out of time, he raked it back. Good thinking. That could turn the game.
5 minutes to go then. Still 6 points between them. Danby with the ball. And you might have just heard the announcement there. There he is, Jez Cassidy, been named the man of the match. He'll get the Dave Valentine trophy if there is a result in this game.
Well, no one can really be upset with that decision. He's had a strong game as the Hull moves forward. Just to remind you, of course, that there will be no extra time if Hull do get this converted try. But the way Warrington are running, if they can hold this possession, I'm sure that they'll just hang on.
Yes, Mark, I think you've got to pay full credit to this Warrington defence. It's been absolutely outstanding. They've been penned in their own territory for quite some periods of the game, but they've hung on in there, and the kid at fullback, he's certainly earned his corn today, although he's had a sin bin offence.
Leach being pushed backwards. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, time is Hull's biggest enemy now. And I'm sure that the Warrington coach, Chris Middlehurst, will be sending out the message, do not panic. Use the kicking game to its fullest.
That's what Roper does. Straight into the arms of Foster, who's tackled by Foster, Shane and Paul, respectively. This is Sam Wilberforce for Hull. All the players now will be thinking, one error here and I might lose it from a side. Good strong running there though by John Aston.
And once again we see the importance of that defence. John Aston, the winger, really have scrambled through. Touch judge had the flag up. It's so important now, a good quick heel. Possession is vital. Just hang on to it.
Harris, good play this is Cowan for Warrington. Cowan still going, avoided one tackle, still running Jimmy Cowan. Well, he hasn't seen much of it, but that was a great run, taking his side deep into Hull territory. This is Roper. Appleby tackled. Eckersley.
That's back to 6, touched the Hull player. But surely Warrington now will force towards the sticks and go for the one-pointer that will seal the game.
Hodkinson to Kerr. Kerr still going. Great strength from Craig Kerr. Hodkinson to Moxham, still using their forwards.
They've got to be setting up now.
The ball back to Wainwright, here's the drop, and it's over, and Mike Wainwright gets the point on, which could make all the difference, and may indeed have won this game for the Warrington Academy.
What a way to seal the game. Gave himself plenty of chance. No pressure applied. Good thinking there by the number 6, Mike Wainwright. He'll be very pleased with his game. And some nice touches, but nothing better than that, coming at a vital time. It's all panic football from Hull now. They realise they've just got to throw everything, throw caution to the wind. Warrington will slowly but surely eke out this time.
Hull 12 then, Warrington 19. Man injured is Huff, who took a blow. He's going to have treatment while the game continues.
Well, it has been a credit to both sides. We've seen some real tough tackling just like that, right the way through this 80 minutes. Some neat touches. It's been a good final, hard, strong and tough. And I think Warrington fully deserved it. Their defence this second half has been superb.
There's Craig Kerr, still going Kerr. His running has been excellent just in the latter stages. He's pushed Hull back. Wainwright perhaps looking for another drop, just taking his eye off the ball. Huff picking it up. Foster trying to get it out, but the knock on there.
That'll be the handover. The time ticking away. Substitution to be made.
Couple of substitutes coming on the field. Last throws of the dice for both sides. In Warrington's case, probably the chance to give all their players a go. Andy Charlton coming on for them. There's the substitute for Hull, Mark Danville. Danby, Wilberforce drops it. Leach, has he got the strength to shake off the challenge over on the far side? No. But importantly for Warrington, they've got possession. We're in injury time here. Warrington know they've just got to keep hold of the ball and not make any mistakes like that to sail home and win the Rugby League Academy Challenge Cup final.
Been a wonderful effort by Warrington, and full credit to them. They've not been in the Hull half on many occasions in this second half, but they've taken full advantage of it, especially that well-taken drop goal from Mike Wainwright. That was a killer. Seconds.
Sorry, Mike.
Just saying, seconds still ticking away. The Hull side looking a little bit forlorn, but they played their part.
So Barry Moxham coming off. Crick Eckersley coming off as well. Tony Cottam and Paul Milligan coming on. Wilberforce for Hull. There's the hooter, and Warrington, beaten in the semi-final last season by Hull, have won the final this season. Tremendous effort by them. They will be absolutely delighted. The defence, as much as anything else, won it. But Warrington then win the Rugby League Academy Challenge Cup final by 12 points to 19.
Are you able to close your eyes and picture the ocean through your fingertips?
To me.
Bounty, the taste of paradise.
We are never far when you need a car. We'll be there for you to rent a car.
Eurodollar. If you're an out-of-work parent looking for a job, you may not have thought about family credit.
The benefit for working families with children.
After all, you can't claim it unless you are working.
But knowing more about it could help you decide what sort of job you can look for.
And just think, as well as family credit, you could still keep some of your other benefits too.
Phone free on 0800 88 44 11 and you'll get a copy of Benefit News for Job Hunters,
Which will help you find out where you stand.
These benefits could make quite a difference to your income and quite a difference to the outcome.
Phone free on 0800 88 4411.
Do you see other forms in cloud formations? Smokey loves his favourite toys, his favourite place, and his favourite Whiskas Select Cuts. Now there's twice as many to choose from. Lamb and kidney, rabbit and turkey. Oh, turkey and chicken. All succulent, meaty pieces, juicy and delicious. Whiskas Select Cuts. Cats would buy Whiskas.
Once upon a time, the diesel car was an unfortunate beast. Slow, noisy, smelly, and smoky. But the diesel has changed, and so has our diesel fuel. SO Diesel 2000 is a brand new diesel fuel that helps cut exhaust smoke, reduces noise, gives better fuel economy, improves performance, and helps make diesels of every generation cleaner, healthier creatures. SO Diesel 2000, a new generation of diesel.
I've enjoyed the odd nut round noon in Rangoon. I have nuts with this bird for tea on April the 3rd. But now, at last, there's this great nutty taste for breakfast.
Kellogg's Nut Feast, a delicious combination of crisp wheat flakes, crunchy nuggets of peanuts, hazelnuts and almonds.
To be brief, it is a nutty taste beyond belief.
Good grief. Kellogg's Nut Feast for people who are crackers about nuts.
Test drive your senses. Call Mazda on 0800 48 48 48.
It's Warrington's day then in the first ever Academy Challenge Cup final, and Colin Hodkinson, their captain, lifting the trophy. And the celebrations for the young men going on the pitch at the moment. They are taking a very well-deserved bow. 1912 they won it. Great way to start this Stones Bidder Premiership finals day. The youngsters of Hull and Warrington then have provided us with the perfect start. Next up, it's the divisional final as the second division champions Featherstone Rovers take on the surprise packages, the men of third division Workington Town, and believe me, their supporters are here in droves. Mark Wallace has been on the long journey north to Workington, and then he went east to Featherstone this week to assess the mood as today's Old Trafford final beckoned.
Situated between the Irish Sea and the beautiful fells of the Lake District, the small town of Workington has been taken over by Premiership fever. The blue and white of Workington Town adorns many shop windows, even though for the divisional Premiership final they'll be wearing a new away kit of red and white. But since their wins against Huddersfield in the second round and Rochdale in the semi-finals on their way to Old Trafford, the town has been in a permanent state of celebration.
The atmosphere is just unbelievable. There's a lot of interest in the town.
Workington know they are facing a tall order on Sunday, and no one is more aware of that than their Australian coach Peter Walsh, although it hasn't affected his positive attitude.
You've got to go down there expecting to win, and we believe that if we give it our best shot, our forwards always lay the foundation, and by doing that they set a platform for our backs to attack in, and so I'm confident our forward pack will be able to match theirs. Obviously they've got an edge on pace and class on us throughout the whole side, you might say, but one thing these guys can be counted on, they'll give 110% week in and week out, and so they won't be going there to lie down, that's for sure.
The experience of ex-Widnes hooker Phil McKenzie has been vital to Town's success this year. He's looking forward to yet another appearance at Old Trafford after 5 with the Chemics.
It's a nice feeling, it's especially after missing out on Wembley with the lads down there with Widnes. And it's becoming like a second home now. It's the 5th Premiership, and I've been there with the World Club Championship against Canberra, so it's. I'm looking forward to it.
The combination of the young Dean Marwood at scrum half, who has amassed 410 points this season, and the more experienced Jed Byrne at standoff has proved to be the perfect partnership for Town. The halfbacks are hoping that this Sunday they could pull off a historic win.
The sides we have played in Huddersfield and Rochdale, they've been good sides, you know, and Featherstone are a good side, you know, and they've got very good players, but, you know, we'll just take it as it comes, and, you know, like we've shocked a few other sides up, so we can do it on the big day.
We should concentrate mainly on our own game. Don't worry too much about Featherstone. Trying to keep the mistakes to a minimum, and like I said, the ball control, and you never know, we could come up with a good result at the end of the day.
Meanwhile, to the east of the Pennines, the residents of Featherstone seem quietly confident their team will take home another trophy this season, although their coach knows it won't all be plain sailing.
We're expecting a very tough game. You know, we've spoken about a forward confrontation. We think that'll happen. You know, that's all right with us too. You know, we like to go forward with the ball as well. If we can withstand Workington and take a bit of sting out of their forwards, you know, we think we've got the people at the back end to do the business.
And one of those people is Paul Newlove, a record 50 tries this season, and with 10 international caps under his belt, he's used to the big match atmosphere.
I've played in some big games, Australia tour, and, you know, in the test and that, but what you got to do is just get a touch of the ball early, and all your nerves will just go away then, just, you know, just get on with the game. You don't really notice a crowd when you're playing, so just get on with it.
Rovers captain Mark Wilson is confident that while Workington are capable of stretching Featherstone, the men from Post Office Road will be able to hold the Cumbrians and have enough in reserve to take the divisional Premiership back to Yorkshire.
It might take 80 minutes to win the game, and it might, you know, for 79 we might just be on level pegging with them. But I think at the end of the day we might just have the experience and the, you know, the expertise and being a division up to beat them at the back end of the game.
So coming up, it is the divisional Premiership. Featherstone Rovers, champions of the second division, against the runners-up in Division 3, Workington Town. And we'll have that match for you after these.
an aroma evoke a memory deep within you?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, is that Swinton Insurance?
What's that, mate?
Oh, I was after some clarification on my home insurance policy.
Oh, I'm just checking the line, mate.
Oh, listening in, eh? They're booking Swinton. I didn't know they were trying to keep their home insurance policies top secret. I know they can help save you money, but... Is this being recorded? Can't fool me.
Who is this?
It's going to be all over the tabloids tomorrow. I can see it now. Swinton Gate.
Now for the good of your dog, improved recipe Pedigree Chum. Specially balanced to be completely in tune with your dog's system, it's more digestible, more enjoyable than ever. Top breeders agree.
I recommend the improved recipe Pedigree Chum for all dogs, even for dogs that found it too rich.
He's put on body and coat and condition, and he's a happier dog.
For fitness you can see in a dog. Improved recipe Pedigree Chum.
Are you able to close your eyes and picture the ocean through your fingertips?
It's ice cream, but it's grown up.
Magnum is so different.
Magnum is serious ice cream.
I like to eat it slowly. You squeeze with your teeth and then crack. It's like sliding in between silk sheets.
I like to pick the chocolate off.
I wouldn't share it.
Reckless. I feel reckless.
I feel guilty, but not that guilty.
Gorgeous. I think it's gorgeous.
The chicken stones, of course.
Why pay more for tyres when Quick Fit are offering new steel radials from just $18.95? And why not save even more by fitting 2 new tyres? Can you afford to go anywhere else?
Test drive your senses. Call Mazda on 0800 484848.
Old Trafford now belongs to the men of the second and third division as we have the divisional Premiership final. Mark Wilson, the Featherstone Rovers captain, chatting to David Howes from the Rugby Football League and about to enter the Old Trafford arena. It's the divisional Premiership final. The champions of the second division against the runners-up in Division 3. This season's surprise packages, Workington Town. They have got here to Old Trafford as the first and last third division team. And this crowd is waiting for this one. And as far as the Workington Town supporters are concerned, It was a question apparently early hours this morning of last one out of the town, turn the lights off. They're all here. Featherstone, though, are here in some strength too. And the champions of the second division are the first team to emerge. They have lit up the second division this season. Only 3 defeats in 28 league games. And they came close to an upset in the Challenge Cup, eventually losing to St Helens, but only by 2 points at their own Post Office Road ground. This is the Featherstone side. Martin Pearson, Ikram Butt, Terry Manning, Paul Newlove, watch for him. 50 tries this season, and Owen Simpson. Francis Maloney and Brett Daunt, Leo Casey, Mark Wilson, Wayne Takeda, Gary Price, Ian Smales and Brendan Tutor. And Workington Town. It must be their biggest day since Wembley in 1952. And they are wound up for this with Mark Mulligan, Des Drummond, Tony Kay, Brad Heffey, Gary Smith, Jed Byrne and Dean Marwood, James Pickering, Phil Mackenzie, the former Widnes hooker, Peter Riley, Ian Scott, Colin Armstrong and Wayne Kitchen. And Paul Newlove, 50 tries for him this season. And it's between Newlove and Wigan's Sean Edwards as who takes the top try award this season. Newlove at the moment with 50, Edwards with 46. It's all to play for those two characters today. Substitutes for Featherstone, they have Neil Roebuck and Richard Gunn, the former Leeds hooker, on the bench. Workington have Gary Schubert, the Australian, and Martin Oglenby, 14 and 15 for them. The match referee is John Connolly from Wigan, the referee of the year. It's his first major final, probably purely and simply because he lives in Wigan, and he told us on Friday night at the Man of Steel awards ceremony that he really was considering moving house if Wigan continued their triumphant march. Steve-O, all of Workington seems to be here.
Yes, you can cut the atmosphere with a knife, can't you? The tension is building. Workington Town, they've not just come down here to make up the numbers. They really are confident of knocking off Featherstone Rovers, who must start odds-on favourites.
Phil Mackenzie knows what this place is all about. He played 4 successive Premiership finals with Widnes. And now he is the fulcrum of the Workington Town attack. Still one of the best in the business. So it's the 1993 Divisional Premiership Final. Featherstone Rovers against Workington Town. And it's the men from Cumbria in red and white who get us underway. First big hit from Colin Armstrong on his opposite number, Ian Smales. Workington, as you said, Mike, they look wound up like for this, don't they?
If you like your rugby league, tough, hard, and even more tougher, then don't go away. This is going to be a big one.
The prop forward is Wayne Takeda. This now is Brendan Tutor, the man the Australian press dubbed the baby-faced assassin after a torrid match. In fact, a torrid series of New Zealand-Australian test matches involving Wally Lewis. The kick downfield, Mark Mulligan sweeps up the danger, just about, gets away from Smales, gets away too from Gary Price. Can't get away from the next two. Gary Smith, the winger. Mackenzie in at acting halfback, as he has done so often for Widnes. And that was a high challenge by Gary Price. First penalty of this divisional final.
Well, I said it was going to be tough, and you could see that Price, the swinging right arm going right over the top. It's going to be a hard game for the referee, John Connolly. There'll be no prisoners taken in this one. As you mentioned earlier, Eddie, that this Workington Town side, they look fired up. So do Featherstone.
Traditionally, Steve-O, this divisional final, or second division final as it has been known in the past, has produced tremendous entertainment, and with men like Des Drummond on the field for Workington, this should be no exception.
Yes, it's been a revelation since he got up to the Workington area. Alongside with Phil Mackenzie, former Widnes star, they really have turned things around.
There's Mackenzie, and this is James Pickering. He really is a hero in the Workington area. The big Fijian prop forward, and he tried to get to his feet, but Takeda wouldn't let him, and Leo Casey was in there too.
Well, you can see Takeda there, all over the man. No chance of trying to play it. Two big boys. James Pickering, you can see looking at the referee. This could be early points for Workington. It's a start that they would have been looking for. 2 points, calms the nerves. Just settles them into the game a little bit quicker.
This is Dean Marwood taking this penalty attempt then for Workington. And a real old-fashioned kicker. He has just made a dent in the Old Trafford surface with the heel of his boot. No sand needed for the Workington Town scrum half. It's a long way out. He's hit it cleanly, and the crowd behind the post there from Workington will tell you that it's first blood to the men from the third division. Great start for Workington Town. Dean Marwood's boot, his 176th goal of the season. It's 2-0.
Well, the Workington fans behind that stick, those pair of posts, should I say, that they made enough noise and movement there to make trembles all the way up to the Lake District. They really are making themselves felt.
Good driving run, but the Featherstone defence moving up quickly. That has been the key, really, to Featherstone's championship. They were relegated last season, Featherstone Rovers, and Steve Martin, their Australian coach, really has tightened up their defence, and they have sailed out of the second division into the big league next season. Colin Armstrong, meanwhile, for Workington. Now Mackenzie, met by Gary Price. Bit of help from Leo Casey as well. It's the last tackle. Ball laid back to the full-back Mulligan. And he drifts it downfield to his opposite number, Martin Pearson. Has to watch it carefully. Pearson, 21 years old, and great chasing by Wayne Kitchen and company.
Well, he lost that ball. That will have to be a scrum down. But what a great kick from the full-back, Mark Mulligan. And you mentioned the chasers, Eddie. That type of tackling jolts the ball free. And Workington are really on the boil.
Scrum goes down 10 metres from the Featherstone line, and Workington Town will have the head and feed. 5 minutes gone. The men from the third division lead the second division champions 2-0 and are on the attack here with the fullback Mulligan, who's kicked downfield, got them into this position.
He did well to take that on the half volley. It wasn't the best pass.
Marwood to the tall figure of Tony Kay. Trying to get to his feet, trying to milk a penalty from John Connolly. Referee having none of it. Harry Smith collects, the winger. Good tackling though by Tutor. Mackenzie to Kitchen. He brings Jed Byrne into it, then the tall figure of Buck Armstrong. Mulligan. Workington have certainly settled quickly.
Been a good opening for them, really. They're using the big power forwards exceptionally well.
And Marwood just content to hack that one downfield. Jitters from Featherstone. Pearson, though, has it. And Pearson, the fullback, off on a great run. That's more like it from Featherstone. And referee Connolly quick to penalise Jed Byrne, coming in late.
Holding the man down. Good tackle by Mulligan, but what a great run from Pearson. The type of player that's made him a star. You can see it was Mulligan that came over the top, really with the knees, didn't need to do that. They've lost vital position, the Workington.
Martin Pearson with a bump on the side of the face after getting the knees of Jed Byrne. And Old Trafford filling up all the time as this match progresses. 7 minutes gone now. Workington ahead by 2 points to 0. The Academy Cup final really has set the standard for this Premiership finals day. A great exhibition by the youngsters of Hull and Warrington. This is the hors d'oeuvre now that we're into, the divisional final, and then it's Wigan Saints at 3:30.
It's not a bad main course, Eddie.
Brett Daunt, the Aussie scrum half, not being allowed to get to his feet. Penalty against Workington Town.
Well, he didn't get out of the way. Then you see the loose forward do the rock, just uses his knees, push down. Wayne Kitchen. This could be the chance now for Featherstone to bring the scores level.
It's going to be Martin Pearson, now the points in a season record holder. 141 goals this season. Steve Quinn set the original mark in 1980 of 375 points. Pearson will nudge 400 with this. Bang in front, 30 metres out. Scores a level. That will settle the Featherstone nerves. So 2 points all. Featherstone unbeaten in their last 7 matches, running in 321 points in the process. Workington arrive here on the back of 6 straight wins, and they've not been slow to score points either. They've registered 220 in that run, so you can expect a fast and open game here today once this early forward battle has settled itself down.
Yeah, it's a big problem, Eddie, with the Featherstone Rovers camp, is that they can't be sucked into a tough battle up front. They really do have the skill out wide. You look at Manning, Newler, Vikram Butt and Owen Simpson. They have the speed over this Workington Town side. But if Workington can force them to play down the middle, they've got to be in with a chance.
Here's Brendan Tutor, the New Zealand international. He releases Terry Manning. And Terry Manning is watched all the way by James Pickering, the huge Fijian. There he is, a real character and a great favourite at Workington. Ball's drilled over the top. Mulligan palms it one hand. It was the scrum half Brett Daunt's kick downfield. Here's Gary Smith, the winger. Didn't see too much of the ball in the semi-final last week against Rochdale, but I've noticed he's drifting infield and getting involved in every opportunity here today. Rough tackling from Featherstone on the centre Brad Heppy. Here's Armstrong again with a bustling run. Mackenzie, the dummy half. Bad pass. Good job that Smith was there on his wing this time. Vikram Butt came in to finish him off. Workington trapped in their own half. It's not a bad kick downfield from full-back Mulligan.
That's a great kick. Whenever you can turn the full-back round, has to go back, gives a chance for the chasers to put them down in their own quarter.
Now Vikram Butt again. Straight into the tackle from Pickering, finished off by Ian Scott and Brad Heppy. Terry Manning now gets the ball away. It's good play. On halfway with the prop forward Takeda. And Takeda played for Norths in the 1991 Reserve Grade Grand Final in Australia. This is Brett Daunt. The man who's replaced Derek Fox, of course, at Featherstone Rovers. Pearson hoists the bomb. A tester for Mulligan. The Featherstone Rovers players, they'll have to stand off him as he went for that high kick. You've got to give him 10 yards breathing space.
Good refereeing there by John Connolly. shouted out to all of Featherstone players, you're offside, lay off him. That allowed Mulligan all the time in the world to take it, and they're offside now.
Featherstone moving up too quickly to play the ball. Kitchen's taken a quick tap penalty, but the referee wants it taken from the correct place.
That'll be a scrum now.
Mistake really from Kitchen, that.
Well, there you can see that, in fact, never actually played it with his foot.
So Featherstone with head and feet. Pearson in possession for them, and well, untidy for a moment there. Manning couldn't keep hold of it. The ball came back. He will play the first knock on against Featherstone.
Just trying to be a little bit too pretty, I'm afraid, Featherstone there. He got away with a little bit of luck.
Two handling errors so far from Featherstone Rovers in the opening 13 minutes or so here at Old Trafford. This divisional final is all square, 2 points apiece. James Pickering in possession for Workington.
He's certainly a power forward, isn't he? But whether he can last the full 80 at this rate, pretty hectic pace.
Knock on here against Workington. The second row forward, Ian Scott.
To be fair, not the best of passes from the hooker, Phil McKenzie. It's a second stray pass is sent out.
Now then, what can Brett Daunt? It's the stand-up half rather, Francis Maloney. What can Francis Maloney conjure up here? Absolutely nothing, because that's great tackling by Kitchen and Gary Smith.
Beautiful play there by the loose forward. Came in across, Kitchen in to help. But a good break there by Francis Maloney. He just run out of space there.
Now Jed Byrne, the man who has seen service in Lancashire, Yorkshire and Cumbria, one of the very few players to play in all three counties where rugby league is played. Suppose he might be heading off to London next.
Tremendous defence by Featherstone there. Really has been one of the main reasons why they became top table toppers in Division 2. He's done a good job with them as their coach, Steve Martin. So too with the Workington side, Peter Walsh, two Australian coaches, of course.
It's another great kick downfield from Mulligan. Owen Simpson, the man who picked the loose ball up. There is Steve Martin, the Featherstone Rovers coach. A hot tip at one stage for the Wigan job when John Money goes home after today's final in the big one. But Martin signed a new deal at Post Office Road. He stays for another 12 months at least, and he will be a good acquisition for the big league and for Featherstone. They could be a force, you know, with runs like this from Tuta.
Well, he's a man that leads by example, not only in defence but in attack there. Very classy player as a Kiwi.
Now Francis Maloney again. Good break from Maloney. Gets away from two. The support arrives from Pearson. Featherstone attacking down that left-hand touchline. Great run from the fullback. Last tackle for them. Newlove, the man at dummy half. Haven't seen too much of him. That was Daunt. He helped it wide to Gary Price. Daunt again. Attacks now with Pearson to Featherstone, but he drops it. The referee will bring it back. It's on the last tackle. It'll be the turnover. It was a knock-on. Mark Wilson thought he was in for the try. Pearson dropped it, though.
The impact of the tackle there from Jed Byrne. It's a shame they couldn't make more of that. That really was a great run by Francis Maloney. That's the second time he skirted through this Workington Town defence. A good support play by the fullback Pearson. The gaps that are beginning to appear in this Workington outfit.
And James Pickering has had the shirt almost ripped off his back. Brendan Tuta penalised meanwhile by the referee, I think, for...
Well, you can see him interfering with them.
Knocking the ball out of the arms of Pickering. But look at... This is a brand new jersey he's got today for this final. Look at the state of it. Didn't last long, did it?
No, and I get the impression that perhaps they've had to have one made especially for him. Gee, he's a big boy, isn't he?
Here he is, half a shirt Pickering. Now it's right off his back. Taketa's finally got it off him. Well, it's a real off-the-shoulder number now that James Pickering's got. They're not too quick with coming out with a replacement. He wants one, but meanwhile, Workington will sweep forward. This is Tony Kay. Can't get away from Newlove, but he does well to bring Drummond into it. Possession is pretty tight in the opening 17 minutes here. Just edging Workington's way. It's Colin Armstrong with the run. Downed by Taketa. Now Jed Byrne.
Workington quite happy to use a dummy runner, using the second line of attack. Usually one of the big forwards. That's mainly their game plan.
And it was the scrum half Marwood with the up and under, and he moved forward and played all his men on side. And Workington have it back. They're in possession with Drummond, and Drummond is out in touch. Smile from the Workington winger, but that was bad play, really.
Great play, though, by the combination of Newlove and Simpson. He opted to go on the outside. Probably not as fast as what he was, say, 5 or 6 years ago.
Finally, they have got the new jersey out of the dressing room. And he's now wearing number 15 on his back, is Mr. Pickering. So if Martin Oglenby comes out and he's in 15, it'll be very interesting. This is Terry Manning. Manages to get the ball away. Ikram Butt taking on Gary Smith. And Smith standing up to the challenge well. Mark Wilson at dummy half. Martin Pearson. Tutor. Tackled high by Armstrong.
There's a swinging left arm. He made good contact as well. I said it was going to be tough, and they haven't let me down.
Colin Armstrong being ticked off by referee John Connolly. He's not missed a game all season, the big Workington second rower. Former Carlisle and Hulkingston Rovers player. And he played in the 1990 Division 2 final when they lost 29-30 to Oldham in a classic. Brendan Tutor's all right, though. He will carry on. And so Ian Smales with this penalty for Featherstone Rovers. And try and gain as much territory as he can. And Mark Wilson will restart to Daunt, to the second rower Price. Midway through this first half, 2 points all. Daunt again. The runner was Brendan Tutor. And Workington watching him closely, the three men. Using the considerable weight and strength of Pickering to keep him out. That's neat, inventive play from Featherstone, but again, Workington alert to it as Smales came on the diagonal run. Daunt again to Tutor. Newlove is out there. Newlove, the man with 50 tries this season. He's got 51. Try Paul Newlove, and that will probably clinch also the top try award for the season. And at £30 a try, with 51 under his belt, that's worth a cool 1,500 snackers.
Stone's bit of Premiership replay will show it was Brendan Tutor that made this. To the dummy. Lovely little short pass. They went too high, I'm afraid. Drummond and Tony Kay, and you talk about the second effort, and that's what it was. But look out for the beautiful pass from the Kiwi Tutor. Holds it up. Beautiful ball there. Sucked in Tony Kay, the centre. Second effort, keep going, boy. It's 51. Super play. Called by the Kiwi Brendan Tutor on the blind side. They caught Workington Town napping in the defensive line. The penalty they paid is 4 points. Could this be another 2?
Martin Pearson then has scored with a penalty. Now he has this conversion attempt from way out wide. He's drifted it in towards the post, but just didn't have the distance. So it stays at Featherstone 6, Workington 2.
You can see how Tuta has brought in Drummond and Kay. Look at the gap through, and the man goes in to score number 51. But the strength of a man shows out. Never give up in this game, and that's the reward that can come your way.
So Featherstone Rovers 6, Workington Town 2. Workington restart. Terry Manning drives the ball up on the first tackle. Through one, but not through the cover. And for Paul Newlove, that's the 10th match in a row that he has crossed the try line for Featherstone. And in that 10 matches, he has run in no fewer than 20 tries. A truly outstanding season for the Featherstone Rovers centre. The subject of much transfer speculation, of course. He is out of contract at Featherstone, but Rovers desperate to keep him at Post Office Road.
Yes, it'll take a big checkbook to get him away. Never see a mistake from the prop forward, Casey. This will give Workington the chance, and they need it. Fundamental errors.
Brad Heppy for them. One of the nominees for the 3rd Division Player of the Year. This is Mackenzie. That's a great run from Mackenzie, using all his guile and experience. Now then, Jed Byrne, Armstrong. Des Drummond has gone into dummy half. Marwood to Pickering. Takeda's getting through a lot of work, the Featherstone prop forward. In Marwood hoists the bomb. It's a difficult one for Pearson. I think Workington are in. They are! And it's Phil Mackenzie! What a moment for the former Widnes man. A veteran of 4 Premiership finals with Widnes, and he's touchdown here at Old Trafford.
Stone's bit of Premiership replay. What a time to come back. The high kick from Marwood, and I'm afraid Pearson made a meal of this. Was affected by the crossbar, but that man, the hooker Phil Mackenzie, shows the delight. You see clearly Marwood, the very high bomb. Now it goes right underneath the sticks. Now the crossbar gets in the way of Pearson there. At the last minute, he's probably lost it. Just enough time for the hooker to poach the try that will put Workington well and truly back in this game.
Not only back in the game, but in the lead, courtesy of Dean Marwood's conversion. Featherstone 6, Workington 8. Mackenzie having running repairs, I think, on a dislocated finger.
From the high shot, look at the kick from Marwood. Oh boy, that's a high one, but you'll see clearly the crossbar just there. And that's well poached.
John Connolly just checking with his touch judges before pointing to the spot, awarding Mackenzie the try. The finger has been put back in place, and Mackenzie delighted with his 6th try of the season. Martin Pearson, his kick-off goes straight into touch.
Did well to leave that alone. That's a mistake that they could well have done without. But what a fight back from Workington. It's all about taking your chances, and they certainly did that. But what a great bomb from Marwood. That must have had icicles on it.
So it's a penalty on halfway, and Mark Mulligan drills the penalty into the far side of Old Trafford. And Pickering with the run. Well, he's been attracting interest from Australia this season, and no wonder with runs like that. Workington though attacking the blind side, and the pass was forward.
Good call on the blind side with a loose forward. Kitchen trying to send Tony Kay away. I'm afraid the centre just overran it slightly. I'm quite impressed with the way that Workington are using that second stanza. They're coming in on that second phase in attack, using the dummy runner. And when you talk about the big prop forward Picker, and he really does gain a lot of yards.
Coming up to 27 minutes then, and Workington Town doing the third division proud, leading by 8 points to 6. Well, Phil Mackenzie, the try scorer for Workington Town. Let's get news of his condition from Bill Arthur downstairs.
They say no pain, no gain. That's certainly the case for Phil Mackenzie, because it sounds as though in scoring that try, he didn't just dislocate his finger, he probably broke it. And Peter Walsh, the Workington coach, very concerned about Mackenzie's state. Gary Schubert has been stripped off, ready to come on. Mackenzie's still out there, but as I say, it could be a broken finger.
Well, it'll be a brave effort if he stays on with a broken finger, but Mackenzie doesn't look in any hurry to leave the stage, does he?
Well, I don't think he'll come off unless it's a really bad one. All he basically do is just strap it to the good ones, get away with it. Crowd go berserk. The thing was a high one from Tony Kay.
And the touch judge agrees, and it was. Our camera picked it out on Newlove.
Took a while for the merry flag waver to get on there. But the centre Kay didn't miss the target, and the target was Paul Newlove. A few words of wisdom being spoken to him by John Connolly, and rightly so.
Tony Kay, tall centre, had 2 spells at Barrow, also saw service with St Helens. He's a Cumbria County player. So it's a penalty to Featherstone, which Ian Smales will take, the second row forward. He's broken the tries in a season record for Featherstone himself this season with 22 touched rounds. It's a Featherstone forward. Brett Daunt, met by Peter Riley. Mark Wilson, the Featherstone captain, in at dummy half. Leo Casey driving his way towards the line. Big penalty count. This is Takeda.
Good play by Featherstone. They're trying to get up and play the ball very quickly, hoping to keep the Workington defence on the backward step.
Daunt again trying to conjure something up for Tutor. Tutor with the ball to Francis Maloney. Maloney heading for the line, and it was scrambling defence from Workington that kept them out. Newlove, the dummy half, to Tutor. Long pass. Oh, they took the gamble. Smales. If that would have been a decent pass to Owen Simpson, I fancy Simpson would have scored. But Tony Kay came steaming in, and that was a reckless challenge on Simpson.
What on earth was he thinking of? He just had a few words of wisdom from the referee, John Connolly. There's nothing to do with it, and Kay comes in like a pile driver. Let's hope the marbles have settled down slightly now. They had the chance. Featherstone blew it. But what a beautiful pass for Brendan Tutor to send the number 6, Francis Maloney, towards the try line. It was good defence from Workington. I'm afraid that indiscretion will put Workington under a lot of pressure again.
Well, Owen Simpson is still down and flat out, and referee John Connolly has called time off, and he will wait to see how Owen Simpson is after that almighty collision with Tony Kay before deciding what to do about the Workington centre.
Well, that was just plain malicious. At least a yellow card, surely. He has to stamp his authority. The referee of the year, John Connolly.
And they're calling for a stretcher. And this is bad news indeed. Bad news for Featherstone Rovers, bad news for Owen Simpson. And it could be very bad news too for Tony Kay, who might well be on his way to the dressing room here. Referee John Connolly has deliberately left it until he sees the damage to Owen Simpson, and at the moment the damage, I'm afraid, looks pretty severe.
Well, the play had actually stopped. The referee had already blown up the whistle for a knock-on. Owen Simpson was the one who had knocked on. There it is. And he kicks through, and this is just malicious. No need for it. Doesn't matter what level of football
Neil Roebuck has come on already for Owen Simpson. Thankfully, the stretcher has been taken away. Roebuck will come on. Simpson, I don't think, knows that he has been substituted, but he does now. And now John Connolly will discuss with his touch judge and call Tony Kay to him.
Doesn't appear to be any movement with the hands to go to the pocket. Not as yet, anyway.
He's laying the law down, the referee of the year. And Tony Kay is a lucky man. Simpson, thankfully, on his feet and walking groggily round the pitch.
Well, I agree with you, Eddie. Extremely fortunate, Tony Kay. Only a minute earlier, he got a ticking off from the referee for the high tackle.
Well, can Featherstone make him and Workington pay for that indiscretion? This is Leo Casey, who's being forced back. Simpson walking away. He's totally compos mentis now, thankfully. This is Takeda. Mark Wilson, the dummy half and captain of Featherstone. Camped underneath the Workington town posts. Brett Dorns. And now Maloney. Good play from Maloney. Over the top it goes. And luckily for Workington, Gary Smith was there.
Paddock football, that's all you can say. They've undone all the good work there that Francis Maloney had put them through. Nice jinking run. He's finding a few gaps as a number 6, but then they go and throw it all away with a stupid pass.
Mackenzie, fingers on the left hand are strapped. This is Pickering. Now Peter Riley, the prop forward. Last tackle in this set of 6 for Workington. It's back with Mulligan again. Another good kick from the Workington fullback, using the open spaces here at Old Trafford to good effect. And the chasers are all there too.
Excellent play there by Mulligan. It's the 3rd occasion that he's turned around Martin Pearson. Strong kicker of the football. Makes it hard work for them. They've got to keep turning round, and when they're tackling, and that was a swinging arm from Pickering. Here it comes, just missed. Oh, there are times when you just like to duck at the right moment. And that was it.
I think Neil Roebuck saw that coming out of the corner of his eye. And Featherstone have taken a quick tap penalty. They're running the ball. That was Daunt. This is Wilson, who's handed it on to Rose, gets the return pass. The Featherstone captain finds Tutor. This is good play from the 2nd Division champions. It's with Ikram Butt out on the wing here. He's got a lot of work to do to get to the line, and Workington had a lot of work to do to keep him out.
Excellent play. Brad Eppie and the fullback Mulligan. They really went for it there, didn't they? Ikram Butt was setting sail for the try line. But once again, we saw the skills of the Kiwi Brendan Tutor. That was a lovely delayed pass. He's having a fine game so far.
Workington in possession, but Featherstone swarming all over them, just 3 yards or so from their own try line. And Bill Arthur has got some news of Owen Simpson, who has walked off the field here.
It looked a lot more serious at the time, but in fact Owen Simpson has sustained a cut mouth, so it's a blood bin job for Owen Simpson. I can tell you that Peter Walsh, the Workington coach, was standing just beside me as referee John Connolly was deliberating with Tony Kay, and Walsh was a mighty relieved man when Kay stayed on. He thought his own man was going to get sent off. He was very relieved when he stayed on.
It's a knock-on is the decision, meanwhile, by John Connolly.
Colin Armstrong not happy with it. And it was the foot there that dragged it away. Little doubt in my mind.
And Peter Riley will go off, and Gary Schubert The Australian forward who began in this country with Salford in 1986 comes on. Scored a try in the semi-final last week against Rochdale. It was his first of the season, that, by the way. Featherstone get the possession back. This is Maloney. Daunt, the dummy half. Tutor involved all the way through. Invites Newland onto it.
Workington really suffering with the way that Tutor's running across at the angles. He's sucking in the defence to them. They don't really know what he's going to do, but he's getting out some beautiful passes.
This is Leo Casey. Good run, skipping over the top of the challenge from Mackenzie, but then grounded. Now it's with Daunt. That was a good crossfield run from Gary Price that was halted by those three. Last tackle for Featherstone. Tutor has it. Now Daunt. Terry Manning. And Workington again. Oh, I was going to say they keep it out, but Featherstone managed to get the ball and keep it alive. They don't now. Daunt takes the tackle. It's the last tackle in the set of 6. It's the turnover.
Good play by Colin Armstrong. Good tackle on Daunt, sorry. And they needed to be. They really were stretched, this Workington defence.
And the Workington player down and holding the mouth. The referee takes the ball off him and says, let's carry on with this divisional final while he receives treatment.
Well, you can see the hooker Mark Wilson coming with a shoulder. Hit the chest first and then slid right up into the chin. Mark Mulligan it was that felt the pain.
Mackenzie on his own again from dummy half. This is the first meeting between these two clubs since 1986, when Featherstone won a John Player Trophy first round tie by 22 points to 18. With Martin Pearson again, and he's under pressure from Kitchen and company.
Well, once again we saw that Martin Pearson had to turn round and chase that ball. Perhaps a message should get out there from his coach Steve Martin to stand a little bit further back. It's better to run onto the football rather than having to turn round and chase it.
Wilson at dummy half. Tutor. The man who joined Featherstone Rovers from Wests in Sydney in September 1990. This is Wayne Takeda, who really is the main reason why this Featherstone defence has been so tight in the second division this season, and will have to be, of course, in the first division in the big league next season.
Well, there we saw the exact opposite. The kicking game from Featherstone not very good. Right down the throat of Mulligan. He'll enjoy that all day.
Dean Marwood, the Workington scrum half, slipped over the left shoulder then for his teammates. There was nobody there. They were just plodding up. Now it's with Mackenzie, who gives a short ball to Armstrong.
Good play from Workington. That's what they need. A little jinking run from the hooker Mackenzie. He'll find the gaps.
Jed Byrne to Tony Kay. Newlove has him by the shirt sleeve. It's the last tackle. There's Drummond to Marwood again. And Marwood hoists the bomb. And Pearson's underneath it, and this time takes it cleanly. That's better play from the Featherstone fullback.
Kept cool, didn't he? You could see the arms reaching high, bringing the ball in, full protection. Excellent take.
Terry Manning. Kitchen and Gary Schubert bringing him down. No one in front of Manning. He's able to do that. Play the ball to himself if there's no one standing in front of him as a marker. Made good, valuable yardage then for his team. Maloney. That's a good ball. It's Leo Casey, the prop forward, and now it's Paul Newlove. Featherstone doing well, keeping this ball alive.
Nice passing movement there. First Maloney and then Casey keeping it alive.
Dawn showed it, dummied it, gave it eventually to Tutor. Oh, Tutor threw the ball out looking for Ikram Butt, and either Butt wasn't there or the pass wasn't terribly accurate.
Well, that's the first bad thing he's done all day. Didn't realise that the winger Ikram Butt had come back on the inside. And Workington, they breathe a sigh of relief again. They still lead by those 2 points, 8 points to 6 over the favourites Featherstone.
Yes, it's 8-6, Workington Town ahead. In possession with Tony Kay. Mulligan. Another good kick downfield. Oh, great stuff. He's kicked well all day, hasn't he, Mark Mulligan? The Australian who's settled into the full-back berth.
Well, you saw on the replay there, the full follow-through of the leg, the right leg swinging. It's the action, not just the strength, the timing. Beautiful execution of a kick there. And we're getting a bit sick and tired of this, the Featherstone pack having to turn round once again.
They have the possession, though, from the scrum. Brett Daunt has it for them. Oh, good tackling. Great tackle from Brad Heppy on Brendan Tutor.
Well, not surprising, Eddie, that both coaches, Australian, the defence is well and truly on top, but there's some big crunches going on.
Leo Casey felt the latest of them, from Schubert and Pickering to Cater. That's the half-time siren, and Workington Town have not only survived in this divisional final, but they lead at the interval, and those people who've made the long journey down from Workington will be well pleased. Tony Kay, a lucky man to stay on the field, but Workington Town lead at half-time by 8 points to 6.
Tonight on Sky Sports, a golfing double. We start at 6:30 with the final round of the Spanish Open, and that's followed at 9 by live and exclusive coverage of the Byron Nelson Classic, the latest round of the US PGA Tour.
Whether it's the best tasting spaghetti bolognese or freshly frozen lasagna, only Dolmio will do. Because every Dolmio recipe uses the finest natural ingredients, all combined to create that delicious Dolmio taste. For spaghetti bolognese or freshly frozen lasagna, Dolmio is simply irresistible. Dolmio, only the best will do.
Looks all right, eh? I'll have a pint. Right.
I'll have a pint of it, please, and a large juice. There you have.
Morning, Frank.
Morning. Usual.
Yeah, you know where it goes. Stones, of course.
June is Blockbuster Month on Sky's 3 movie channels.
Put down that antenna.
A blockbuster a night. Every night.
Showtime!
You'll see no bigger movies anywhere in June.
I'll be back.
Than on Sky Movies Plus, the movie channel, and Sky Movies Gold.
Make my day.
And they're all just a phone call away.
Ah, miss!
You guys give up, or you're thirsty for more?
For existing Sky Sports subscribers, subscribing to Sky's movie channels couldn't be any simpler. Just call 0506 460000 and we'll update your viewing card immediately for instant access to our Blockbuster Month of movies. There's no better time to subscribe, so call now. 0506 460000.
Now that you know where we are, don't be a stranger.
I've got the power!
And Workington Town are doing you proud in the 3rd Division. They lead here at half-time against the 2nd Division champions Featherstone by 8 points to 6. And if it stays like this, by a long way, this will be the lowest scoring divisional final in the 6-year history of this competition. A long way to go yet, but last season it was 34 points to 20 when Sheffield took on Oldham. Now then, we have the two handy Andys with us on the gantry now. Andy Gregory of Leeds, who's been here all day, and the brand new Stonesbitter Man of Steel for 1993, Andy Platt. Andy, first of all, welcome to you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you settled down? You're concentrating on rugby now?
Yeah, it was a pretty hectic night on Friday, but somebody said that I started off Man of Steel, ended up Man of Putty, so maybe right.
I can't believe it, but you're enjoying this divisional premiership final with us. Great game again, isn't it?
Yeah, I always thought that this would be probably the best game of the three. Obviously, I know the Wigan Saints game, a lot is expected of it, but Workington has certainly come to Old Trafford and brought a big support with them, and are playing very, very well.
They are playing well. Andy Gregory, it's not a bad advert for the 2nd and 3rd divisions, this.
It isn't at all. It's a tremendous entertaining game out there. And this morning I went over to the Leisure Club and the Workington Town over in Warrington, and the Workington Town was staying there. They fetched them down last night. They're really looking after them. And they were pretty confident, Workington, for a 3rd division side taking on Featherstone, who's in the 1st division now. And I was talking to Jed Byrne and Desi Drummond and talked to Peter Walsh, the coach. They said they'd not come down here just to, get a good hiding. They were confident that they'd give them a game and turn them over, and they've certainly done it in that first half. And they've managed to do that, haven't they? They've got a nice blend of a bit of experience and players that perhaps people at home haven't heard too much about, but we all know about Des Drummond, we know about Jed Byrne, we know about Phil McKenzie. Everybody's been saying, like Workington, it's like a ghost town, but I remember talking to a few of the Wigan players when they played him in the Lancashire Cup, and Andy Platt played in that game, and he was saying it's one of the toughest games he had up at Derwent Park in Workington. They're no easy meets in that 3rd division, and like they're doing that division proud. I know they've gone up into the 2nd division, but there's no easy games at the moment in rugby league, and they've gone out and improved it for 40 minutes. And I'm sure the coach, the Australian Peter Walsh, will be getting them G'd up again and saying, come on, let's keep it going. And hopefully you never know what might happen. Well, with these three up here, Steve-O, of course, is with us as ever, and they say it's a big boys' game, Steve-O. The Phil McKenzie injury as he got the try, looks like he's playing on with a broken finger out there.
Oh, he's a hooker, so it won't worry him at all. It's as simple as that. But it was a good try. You've got to take your chances when it comes down to finals, and he took it well. That's the impact going through. Just a bit of a shake of the hand, first the jubilation, and then the pain gets through to the brain. And that's when he comes through, but he's a tough guy. Look, we said it was going to be tough. They haven't let us down, have they?
They have.
There's
not
some
indeed.
real crunches going on out there.
But Workington, I suppose, will be thanking their lucky stars that they're still up at full strength, courtesy of that Tony Kay incident on Owen Simpson.
Yeah, I thought he should have walked, but I'm not the referee. It was a bad incident. But full credit to Workington. They've come down to do a job, and the job is to contain the three-quarter line, basically, of the Featherstone side. They've got the speed. They know if they get the ball out wide, the likes of Newlove, they'll rip them apart. So they're trying to shut them down. Typical Australian defence, moving up quickly out wide, trying to channel them down the middle. And if Featherstone fall for the trick, then they can.
OK, well, it's all to play for, obviously, in the second half. We've got the two Andys with us who will be building up the atmosphere to the big one. That's the Wigan-Saints clash that comes along here, if it stays according to plan, at around about 3:30. But before that, we have the second half of the Divisional Premiership final. It's Workington Towns 8, Featherstone Rovers 6, and the second half comes up next.
Wednesday, a simple case of hit and run.
There was somebody else on that road that night, wasn't there? And that somebody is killing girls.
Or a fatal obsession with devastating consequences. Hunter, Wednesday at 8 on Sky One.
Arms, sir.
Head office.
Excuse me, sir.
There's now a new aerosol deodorant from Mum that actually becomes more effective the hotter you get. New body responsive Mum. The hotter you get, the harder it works. Imagine a world full of fresh ideas, with ice on command. A silent world that always sparkles. Instant heat. And ovens with the power to microwave. Imagine the world of Whirlpool. Whirlpool brings quality to life.
Now for the good of your dog, improved recipe Pedigree Chum. Specially balanced to be completely in tune with your dog's system, it's more digestible, more enjoyable than ever. Top breeders agree.
I recommend the improved recipe Pedigree Chum for all dogs, even for dogs that found it too rich.
He's put on body and coat and condition, and he's a happier dog.
For fitness you can see in a dog. Improved recipe Pedigree Chum.
In association with Sega, Sky Sports takes you live to Norway as the group leaders battle for a place in the World Cup finals.
England's World Cup campaign is underway.
June 2nd, Norway beat England in a World Cup qualifier. Norway shocked England at Wembley. Now they must be beaten at home on their own turf.
Beats him! Brilliantly for England!
England must win to stay ahead of Holland in the finals race. June 2nd, Norway battle England, and the only place you'll see the whole match live is on Sky Sports.
It's half-time in the divisional Premiership final, and Workington Town of the 3rd Division 8 points, Featherstone 6. Coming up, of course, we have the big one, Wigan against Saints, but there's a lot of rugby to be played in this divisional final before then. Quick look at the match facts. Scrums 6-4, penalties 6-5, handling errors. Well, Featherstone have made 8 to Workington's 3, and they've seen a lot more of the football than have Workington, but haven't Workington done well when they've had it in their possession? Owen Simpson has returned to the fray after that ugly challenge that put him out of the game for about 5 or 10 minutes in the blood bin. And also Workington have made a substitution at the start of the second half, which is now underway, and it's Martin Oglenby who has come off the bench, but because James Pickering is in the 15 jersey, Oglenby is wearing 13, and he has replaced the number 13, Wayne Kitchen. It's all very confusing, but I hope you're up to date with that. Oglenby's on in 13, and Pickering, having had the shirt ripped off his back in the first half, is wearing the substitute jersey of 15. And Phil McKenzie, with that kick downfield, inch perfect, is still out there despite the broken finger.
Nice play by the hooker, picked his spot well, not under a lot of pressure.
There's the substitute, Martin Oglenby, former Glasson Rangers amateur, substitute for Cumbria against Papua New Guinea last season, and getting in the tackle on Francis Maloney. Now here's Paul Newlove, steps through one challenge and another, but can't get away from the third man in, Tony Kay.
I'm sure that the Featherstone coach, Steve Martin, would have had plenty to say at the half-time break. The most important factor that I feel, they've got to get this ball out wide. The first receiver should be standing a little bit wider, or perhaps not use the forwards all the time. They've been forced into it at the moment, but running a little bit wider, especially Brendan Tudor as well, should get that three-quarter line going.
It's the last tackle. We've just realised we're about midway through this mammoth extravaganza from Old Trafford. We've had a wonderful Academy Cup final. We've got a compelling divisional final underway, and we have the big one, Wigan Saints, still to come.
Nice kick by the half-back, Brett Daunt. Will be an important factor in these the second half, this combination with Maloney, the half-back positions, up against some experienced campaigners in Jed Byrne and Dean Marwood.
Referee chatting to the forward packs of both clubs. Workington have it. Jed Byrne, tackled by Maloney. Now Hepping.
Referee John Connolly just went for a little bit of a nosedive there. Did a forward roll, much to the pleasure of the crowd.
Well, Workington doing very well, leading 8 points to 6, and their Australian coach Peter Walsh is with Bill.
Peter, what's your game plan for this second half?
Well, obviously the ball control is of mass importance. You know, I stressed at half-time, you know, we're giving Featherstone too many handouts, and they don't need any handouts. They're dangerous all over the park. So our kicking game's been good, our good yardage in it. We're getting a bit impatient when we get up around their half. They've had 11 sets of 6 and our 25 compared to our 3, you know, so that tells the tale. So the boys have done well to come in 8-6 up at half-time, and, you know, the pressure's on Featherstone, really. You know, we're not even supposed to be winning this game.
Tremendous effort in that first 40.
Well, it had to be defensive-wise, you know, because, as I say, our ball control wasn't as good as, you know, I would have liked. A couple of cheap shots, giving silly penalties away, you know, it's just not good enough, you know, and I hope we can control the second half a lot better. If we do that, I'm very confident.
What about this amazing Cumbrian support?
Oh, they're great. They love their rugby league, and they love a town that's a side that's winning, and, you know, we thank them for their efforts during the year, and I'm sure they're playing a big part in us being here today. But, you know, there's a long way to go yet, and I'm sure there's another cheap shot again, so, you know, we're just helping Featherstone out too much, and they'll end up making us pay. We just can't handle that kind of pressure. They're too good a side, so hopefully we can hang in there.
Gary Schubert there coming in right over the top. To their coach, Australian coach, and working in Peter Walsh, making it quite clear that they were giving those cheap shots. Not to give any handouts. They're a good side, they're fully aware of it. But at the moment, they're still 2 points in front, 8-6.
Featherstone in possession, though, with Leo Casey. And now with Wayne Takeda. This is Brett Daunt, and he offered the chance then for Maloney to take that pass and go through the gap, but good tackling by Pickering and Armstrong. And in the end, the referee, seeing that Armstrong was pulling at the jersey of the Featherstone player, gives the second division side a penalty.
Well, just lack of concentration there. It's allowed Featherstone to go from their own half well into the Workington Town quarter.
It was James Pickering who was penalised, and Leo Casey has it for Featherstone. That was Wilson's pass to Takeda. 5 minutes gone, second half. Workington still ahead, 8-6, but for how long? Featherstone in possession with Brett Daunt. And it just bounced off the shoulder. So close.
Well, Ian Smale just overran that. You could see he had to reach back with the left arm. Another chance wasted. They've made a lot of mistakes in the first half. Be a problem for them in the second. They must respect possession.
Yes, as one coach has said consistently, retention of the football is paramount. Mackenzie trying to release Marwood, and Featherstone moved off the mark too quickly.
Well, you can see they were not standing square. They were very slow to get back. This gives the opportunity for Workington to launch yet another attack.
Our statistician Ian Proctor's just pointed something out very interesting to me here. It's a tremendous defensive effort, this, from Workington Town, because Featherstone Rovers have been free scorers in the second division this season. They've run in scores of 78, 52s, 60, 58. Consistently high scorers. What an effort this is from the men from Cumbria. And they have another 6 tackles to go here.
They went backwards. Knock on there. Good refereeing there by Connolly.
This is Pickering. Always danger when it's in his hands. Workington so close here. Marwood and Armstrong. Tony Kay in at dummy half. Trying to jink his way through himself. And it took brave defence from Featherstone to keep him out. Drummond is there. Marwood invites the substitute Oglenby to have a run. It's the last tackle. Armstrong back to Marwood. Hoists across field. Bomb. This could be interesting. And have Workington got it down? No. Knock on.
Well, it was Phil Mackenzie in amongst it again. Beautiful kick by Marwood. Arms all over the place, but this time Mackenzie just could not finish it off.
Great roar from the far side of Old Trafford as we watch. Workington Town supporters were up off their seats. And they really have matched Featherstone all the way, haven't they? It has been, as their coach Peter Walsh has said, a tremendous effort. No wonder he's confident.
Well, they've just never allowed the link, have they? They've never allowed Maloney and Daunt to get things going for that fast three-quarter line. And full credit for that. The likes of Kay and Heppy moving in the centres very quickly, shutting them down, forcing them down the centre.
Daunt's kick over the top, right down the throat of Mark Mulligan. Tackle was from Tutor. Bit of help from Takeda. He's worked hard all day as Brendan Tutor, referee though, will pull this attack back by Marwood. And it's a penalty to Featherstone because he didn't play the ball properly.
Well, you can see on the replay that he didn't. Well, it wasn't Father Christmas, but it was pulling him down at the other side. It looked like a blue shirt to me.
Alan Armstrong, the Workington captain, has just had a word with John Connolly about that very point. But as a result of it all, Featherstone have this penalty, and Pearson can kick for goal here.
Well, there you see that the man was being interfered with, had to play the ball. The shirt was halfway off his back. That was a weird one in my book.
Well, Martin Pearson won't be disputing the decision if he plants this one over that crossbar. And the Featherstone supporters tell you with their cheers that it's all square here. It's level pegging at 8 points all.
Good play though by the skipper Colin Armstrong, the Workington Town skipper, having a word there with the referee. Is allowed to do that. But whilst that attempt was being made, penalty attempt, he was going round his players and saying, make sure you stand up and play the ball. Let's not give another penalty away like that.
That penalty goal, by the way, from Martin Pearson. He is now over 400 points for the season. Terrific effort from the Featherstone Rovers fullback. So all square, 8 points all, and all to play for in the last half hour here. There will be extra time in the Premiership finals, if needed, 15 minutes each way.
Well, that's the type of play that's surprising me from Featherstone, really.
Wigan have turned up. By the looks of things, they're just taking a glimpse at this divisional final.
Little knock on there by Mark Wilson. Just a little one there, you saw it. So did referee John Connolly. But I've been surprised with the way that Featherstone are using the likes of Brendan Tuta right down the middle, and really, when you've got people like Gary Price, Smales and Tuta who can run, they should be moved further out.
This is Tony Kay of Workington. It's Oglamby. Disappears under the challenge from Manning and from Tuta. Marwood to the fullback Mulligan. Workington, their last trophy in the 70s, the Lancashire Cup. And they beat Wigan in the final. That's a collision. In fact, it's more than a collision. The touch judge on this near side is on.
Well, it just looked like a shoulder charge to me. Paul Newlove it was. Interesting to note that the second forward was Newlove. Ian Scott was the man that went down. Interesting to note there, you saw on the replay that Scott just didn't look to see whether the touch judge had actually stepped onto the field of play. Saw that he had, and went back down to the ground. All part and parcel of the game. A bit fortunate there if Workington receive a penalty for this one. He's obviously got him for interfering with a man not in possession of the football. See quite clearly. There it comes, there he goes, the shoulder charge. Wasn't a bad one either, but this could prove costly.
Yes, Newlove penalised, and so Marwood will have the shot at goal. As you see, he's building up his own little mountain on the Old Trafford surface. Alan Hunt and Stevie Hampson. Steve Hampson on the left of your picture there, a proud new father. Baby daughter, born only last night. So congratulations to Steve Hampson and Lisa on the birth of little Charlotte. Perhaps Dean Marwood needs some sand. It's an old-fashioned style that these days, isn't it, Mike? The old bucket of sand normally comes out.
I thought you meant the hairstyle then for a moment, Teddy.
No, I've worked with you too long to comment about hairstyles. Important kick this. Oh, Marwood struck it. He struck it perfectly. And Workington regained the lead.
The penalty goal from number 7, Dean Marwood.
He doesn't look old enough to play, does he? But he kicked that goal absolutely beautifully. It was over the posts from the moment it left his boot, and the two captains, Mark Wilson and Colin Armstrong, been brought together by referee John Connolly. And he wants them just to settle things down a bit. Jed Byrne runs it back for Workington. So much at stake, not only the prize money, something in the region of £10,000, but also the divisional premiership itself and the silverware.
Well, the important time now is for both sides not to lose their composure, not to panic.
Pickering with this run, marauding forward, and talking of marauding forwards, there's another one, and it's good to see him back on his feet. Kevin Ward of St Helens here for this Premiership final, and that ball goes out on the full, so play will be brought back. It was on the last tackle and it'll turn over possession.
A little bit too strong there from Mackenzie. Probably one of the few kicks that haven't gone Workington's way. Their kicking game today has been excellent.
Pearson has linked in with the attack, just slipped on the Old Trafford surface, brought to ground by Schubert. This is Leo Casey.
Well, I'm still waiting for Featherstone to try this link. They've got to give more ball to the three quarters.
Gary Price. Wilson, the captain, at dummy half. Price allowed to take that ball to himself and gains about 10 yards, no more. Wilson to Dawes. Good running, this is Maloney. That's good chasing though by Jed Byrne. All the experience coming out there from the Workington standoff half. Tutor dabs the ball downfield. He'll have to watch that. And Mulligan did.
The idea was there, but Mark Mulligan equal to the task. Put his body between the ball and the oncoming attackers.
Peter Riley is going to come back into the action for Workington to replace Ian Scott, the second rower. A little reluctant to leave this Old Trafford stage at the moment. And here he comes now, he's spotted his number. So the prop forward returns. Pepe clinging on for Workington. Mackenzie at dummy half. One of those runs that have typified his play throughout his career. Big collision. Oglenby felt the full weight of Leo Casey coming steaming in. Now Marwood. Armstrong. Tall figure of a man.
Great to see Phil Mackenzie back at his best. It would have been a shame to see him go out of the game.
Here he is again.
Full credit for Workington to give him that opportunity. He really is a class act.
Last tackle this is. Mulligan hoists the bomb. Mulligan charges forward, tries to put all his men on side, but doesn't matter, the ball's run dead anyway. Now Brendan Tutor, as Featherstone bid to just put the foot on the gas and up the tempo, and they're given a penalty for flopping.
Well, Tutor trying to get to the ground, off the ground, and play the ball quickly. It's a ploy to try to catch the defence going backwards. And that's good thinking there to slow things down.
Neil Roebuck has come on for Wayne Takeda, the prop forward for Featherstone. So both coaches just jiggling things around a bit to try and secure this divisional premiership. And Workington seeing a lot more of the ball in this second half. But at the moment it's in possession of Featherstone with Leo Casey, but that's Byrne and Pickering with the tackle.
Well, they'll just soak this up all day, these Workington forwards. They're having the time of their life. Featherstone's just playing right into their hands. They've lost the plot a little bit of Featherstone. They really should have to get this ball out wide.
Maybe they will now with Newlove. The shrugs Brad Heffy off. Newlove, second division player of the year. That's good play. Manning, Pearson turns the ball back. Dawn gets a long pass out to Owen Simpson. Skips round one. Can't get away from Mulligan. Gives it straight into the arms of Pickering, who runs the ball out.
You can't believe it. The big prop forward, Pickering. The man at the right moment, but I'm afraid he just went in touch there. He knows the pressure is off only for a few seconds. Featherstone head and feet at the scrum. That really was exciting football from Featherstone. Showed you how strong the upper body strength of the centre, Paul Newlove.
But what a great tackle from Mark Mulligan, the Workington Town full-back.
Is that a fine game, Eddie?
Here comes his opposite number, Martin Pearson. Midway through this second half, it's all to play for. Another classic divisional final. Tuka is the man in possession. Gets it to Simpson. Simpson bounces off the challenge of Riley. Wilson to Dorrant. Price. The support was there from Newlove again, and Newlove was hurt there.
Not only hurt, but did he drop the ball? Oh, he looks in a lot of pain. The leg went underneath, and then the impact of the tackle took him back over.
Oh, and he's hurt.
There you see Colin Armstrong down, and there the impact from the fullback Mulligan twisted him round. That is painful. We'll see more clearly. Armstrong goes low, and the impact from the fullback Mulligan twists him in the tackle. The leg stays straight. Oh.
Well, he was on top of the world on Friday night when he was named second division player of the year. But now he looks in all sorts of pain, and I think it's the ankle. The referee calls time off. Some very concerned Featherstone medical officials there. One of the brightest prospects in the British game.